Hello, everybody. I don't know how many of you in here yet, but hey, was all over the buck stalking and everything. But here we are now, here on BareRose Garage's Saturday night pickup live. How's everybody doing tonight? And like I said, this one is just like any of the others. It's an open mic. You can hit the link up there and come on in if you want, or just ask any questions you want, or talk about your projects, or just whatever's going on. I know right now, whew, we're getting snow. That means the temperature's warmed up, but yeah, we're getting snow. Hey, Auto Salvage Outlaws, good to see you, man. Did you get yours figured out? I know you was having some engine troubles. You had some last minute things come up inside of that one. You're going to stick it off to the corner and wait for it to be rebuilt, and you're looking for a different one. Like I said, I've been a little bit behind lately, so haven't quite got into the back into the groove of everything. Y'all keep that white stuff, huh? Yeah, it's my driveway's getting scary. The bad thing is I only had about that much diesel left in my tractor tank, and yeah, she gelled on me. So right now, for the past couple of days, I've had it plugged in and had the heaters going on it, trying to get it ungel. I screwed up. Just building that one with some spice, huh? That's the cool thing with them, though, is a lot of people can go way over on the performance stuff. There's nothing wrong with stock. Starting with stock, in my opinion, is the best way to do it. Just start with what you got and then upgrade it from there. Hey, there's the man with the big truck. World of Wood Chips, how's it going, man? I gotta tell you, I love that big old truck of yours. You should see in my back pasture. I got a couple of them. Love what you're doing with it too, man. Just took 1.75 years off my life burning paint off stove paint. Yo, yeah. Oh, my grandparents, when they were in between ranches, they used the old bunkhouse at my uncle's ranch, and the cows had gotten into it, and they relieved themselves all over the potbelly stove that was in that old ranch, bunkhouse. And it was a dead cold of winter, and we was helping my grandma and grandpa move in there. We lit up that stove to get some heat. I tell you what, oh, the smell of burning, yeah, relieved cow. You run in the house, get a little warm, and then run outside. Didn't care how cold it was. Made us work faster though. Hubby, great to see you, man. Building more or less today's Boss 302, huh? That's interesting. Colleen, always great to see you. Breezy's Bike Shop. Always good to see you. Tim's Mopar, one of the friendliest guys on YouTube. Great to see you this Saturday, man. Whew, I'm glad I made it too. Its carburetor is on the bench now. Which one? I can't remember which one it was you had down it then. So, World of Wood Chips is buried into a carburetor, and Oh, there's JB. Good to see you, man. Go sub to all the new guys. And I highly recommend everybody going over to John Wilburn's channel and checking out. He's got a listing there of all of the new No Name 500 contenders. Go over and check them out. Or you can check out Buck's Lives every Saturday just before mine and check out all these new guys coming in. Some of them got some really cool stuff going on. I hear you, man. That is something I want to look into though more seriously this year, this summer, is looking into a waste burner. I got to do something to get some more heat out in that shop. Although I got to be careful, if I get too much heat going back in the back corner, it likes to rain back there. It condensates because of the bare metal, because I'm not insulated, and it'll warm up to the point where it'll condensate and it'll start raining in the back. Hey, Brad, great to see you, man. Thanks, man. This series I got going now, you're just seeing a Ford GM guy fumble around this weird Mopar stuff. But it's all good. It's all cool. It's really neat to see how you kind of get into the mindset of the engineers back then and how they had to work around that K member in that steering box. I don't know. It's it's neat. It's cool. 600 QFT, possible torn metering block gasket. Yeah, haven't been in it about a year. Might as well do it. Yep. Those aren't bad little carbs. Doing a 64, huh? That's that's pretty much identical to mine, I think. From what I've been reading and stuff, that I think it's pretty close to mine. Boy, that 904 transmission. Whew, I found the seventh level of hell working on that thing the other day. Holy cow. Trying to pull those double shift cables. Well, the main shift cable isn't a big deal, but that park shift one, the park lever cable, oh man, I fought that for about 2 hours, and it was only about 4 or 5 degrees outside. My fingers were freezing. That transmission fluid was dripping down into my armpit. And I said, screw it. I put it back together and I went up top and undid them and pushed them through the floorboards and pulled them with the cables and everything.
Hey, Colleen. You gotta love that fluid running down your arm, right?
Oh, man. And it was ice cold. Oh, that's just brutal.
You know, another thing I can't stand anymore is just to have antifreeze on me. It's just sticky and icky. I don't know.
And I passed up on one. It had a burned out heat exchanger, and I passed up on it. I used to be an HVAC years ago, and my old boss, he still had one there, and he offered it to me. I said, nah, I don't want to mess with that. Now, I shot myself right in the foot.
Hey, there's Sam. Hello, Sam. He hates the way brake fluid feels on his skin. You know, if I'm around transmission fluid too long, I get a headache. Yeah.
The detergents and stuff in it.
I don't know what it is. I mean, if I leave it on my skin too long, I get a headache.
Hey, Mohawk, good to see you, man.
Hey, there's Van Life Biker. I haven't seen him in a while. Smash the like. All right, I'll do that.
Which year's darts have smaller engine compartments? Couldn't be block in.
Couldn't get a big block in them.
I'm not sure, but I know my year is the last year of the really small. It's tight in there, real tight.
Don English has one in that 62.
Yeah,
and it's tight.
He's got to cut holes in the inner fenders now to get to the spark plugs.
Yeah.
But I know in 66, they opened up the K-member a little bit, and they actually widened the car. And then they straightened them out a whole bunch. They went to the double U-joints because the motor and the trans don't do this in there anymore. So they moved it all over, and they moved the pumpkin on the rear end over to line everything up so they could double U-join it. Ball and Trunnion. That's the name of the funky U-joint that was on there. All through that video, I tried to say that, and my mouth just would not spit that out. But anytime you come across a ball and trunnion, they use them on steering columns too. It's because of that. It's a double angle, and they're able to compensate for that. Whereas a U-joint can only go one way. It can only bend once. And that's what kicked that all off. When I seen that, I was like, whoa, 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 wait. There's more to this story.
Thanks, Max.
Looks like Max Wedge Dick Dastardly's got something for you.
Yeah, he sent me a text. I just answered him.
Mofo's in the house. That was a good live you had last night.
Oh, did he have a live last night?
Yeah.
What time was it?
Oh, what time was it that you was on, Mofo?
I probably wouldn't have been able to watch it anyway because I come home last night and went right to bed because I worked second shift yesterday, first shift today, so there wasn't much in between.
The old Crown Vic. The hardest thing to do with those old cop cars, though, is find one that doesn't have the infamous Triton slap going on in the front of it.
How many of those spark plugs have you done on the 5.4s?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Especially the ones on the passenger side all the way in the back. Those
in the back.
And they're the ones that did it.
I think it's because that powertrain box, control box, is sitting up there with your main power block fuse and the air conditioning box all rides on top of it, and it's almost a cab over design anyway. It's shoved back under there. Holds all the heat right there. God, that's hard. Oof.
And then some of the older 4.6s, they
give me the shakes
right out of there.
And the 3-valve was even worse. Oh man.
Yeah, the 3-valve with the long spark plug. Even the 4.6s, I've had a couple of them come in where they ripped the spark plug right out of the head. you know. And then they came up with a tool where you can go down in there, you tap it, and then you put this insert down in there, and then you have to hit it with a hammer in it. And it
Knocks the porcelain down into the cylinder.
no, this is after the plug is out.
Oh,
But
okay.
But the one that what I used to do with those ones, with the long ones that have the porcelain down in there, I used to get the plug out and I'd start it up and the porcelain come flying out if it was loose enough, right? And then we had a kit that you put a rod down in there and glue it to the center of the post or center of the porcelain, right? And then you had to let it sit overnight and come out the next day and hope the glue stuck. Because otherwise you were waiting another day. I only had to do that once, wait another day, but the porcelain usually came out, and then you tap it and pull it up out of there.
I did find if you warm them up though, when you do it when the engine is hot, you start it and you just let it run. If you got to change plugs on them,
Uh-huh.
get it hot up to operating temperature, then shut it off, and you burn the crap out of yourself. But you hurry up and pull the fuel rail off and everything, and you get that spark plug off out of there while it's still hot.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've done that. It's been so long. Yeah, I don't really care to do it anymore.
No. They were famous for that and the EGR plug-in. And that EGR plugs, then it screws with the idle control valve, and good Lord.
Yeah,
And it's just a downhill slide.
How many times you have to change that vacuum elbow back in the back there?
Back in the very back that you can't see. Yep. And for the longest time, Ford would not release any codes on it. So you couldn't do anything with them. You couldn't reprogram the computers to do anything different with them. You couldn't hot rod them. So I don't know why they did that, because they lost all that momentum they got in the 90s when they released everything for 302. When I was about 22, I broke off a plug in the head of my 460 in my boss's dump truck. Not 2 minutes after they hadn't been changed in 6 years.
Well, these days, a lot of stuff these days go 100,000 miles before I have to change the plugs.
As long as everything else is taken care of.
Right.
Around here, the biggest killer on them is farmers will loan them. And farmers, they buy their diesel oil in bulk. And that stuff goes in everything. I think they put it in their coffee in the morning. And that just plugs those cats solid.
Wow.
And then it, like I said, then it plugs the EGR, and then the EGR affects the idle control valve and starts burning the spark plugs. Oh man, it's just boy, you want to see a room get cleared in a hurry. Honestly, I don't have mine anymore. I got it tattooed to my arm still, but the actual one, I don't have it anymore. But you did really good with that last night. That's the cool thing about these lives, you get to really meet the people.
Yeah. Trying to figure out how to use this editor on YouTube.
I've tried that one. I can't get the hang of it.
Yeah,
The video editor.
just need to cut a little bit out because I messed up my video. I did the introduction and the exit all in one shot, and I have the whole thing in the beginning. So
About
now I
the
have
only thing I use that for is adding music sometimes. But their sound mixer is a little tricky. I've used it a couple of times for that, but the split and stuff like that, and I can't get the hang of it. It's easier for me to do on the heck. I just use Windows Editor, the free one that came in this dinosaur computer of mine.
I think JB's a little confused. I think he's thinking about pure Pontiac garage hit to 500 because Punisher Le Mans is already at like 1700 or something.
Where'd it go? There.
Hey,
Hey,
Rick.
Punisher, good to see you. Yeah, Punisher, he launched up pretty good.
Yes. Yep. Did a good job.
Oh no, that they tell you all kinds of stuff, but nope. I still change it regularly, but I do change it by mileage, not by time, on my oils. If I changed it by time, I'd be pouring brand new stuff right back out.
Yeah. Punisher says he's trying to catch me. So is so is Buff. Buff's trying to catch me. He's close behind. I'm not really. I just put it. I put a short out every day because I just want to keep that logarithm happy or algorithm happy.
And that's the key, consistency. I can't say it enough.
Yeah, because I get a lot of my videos are getting recommended now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I see them popping up all over the place.
If the algorithm sees you as being consistent, they know they can rely on you, so they push it out more, I think. But
Yeah,
the biggest thing that does it is your audience knows what time you're doing it. So they get a hold of it and they're watching it as they come out.
I should schedule them, and I don't. I usually just put them out but I put one out every day. But it's a lot of times it's not the same time. You know.
I'm getting back into that now. I've been kind of testing it, and I'll tell you right now, boy, YouTube is beating me with a wet noodle. Yeesh. I got bruises all over the place. They are punishing me because I broke my rhythm and I took
Yeah.
all of that time. Now it's just like starting all over again.
Punisher says the same here, Buck. I've been into algorithm lately, so and it's been some videos I do very well with the shorts, and then others I don't. And I remember I was telling you a little while ago I put a heat blend door in my Chrysler, and that thing was climbing.
Uh-huh.
It's still climbing.
Oh, really?
It's still on the climb. Yes, I'm like, and there's only like 3 or 4 video or watches or views or 5 views, 7 views in 48 hours, but it never stops. It just keeps going. So it's almost up to 2,000 views now.
Sweet.
It's only a 6-minute video, and I'm like, hey, that's pretty cool.
I appreciate that, BNR. Yeah, I seen your comment that YouTube kept pulling down the link that you was putting up. I actually have it set that way. That's what keeps all of the sexy girls from posting on my comments. I have it set so you can't post a link. That's something I did. If you do post it, you won't see it. but I'll see it in the mentioned spot. And if I see it and I know it's a legit, like if it was something like that you posted up, it'll give me the option to allow it. And like I said, if it's legit stuff like that, I always allow it. But that's what was going on is it wasn't YouTube pulling it because it was YouTube. It was because of me. I got the block set on that to cut down on all the spam stuff that people do.
Right. Well, all right, Barrels, I'm going to jump off here. Getting
Sure, it's
tired.
great seeing you, man.
You
I
too.
know you're on the odd schedule over at the Kisser, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm on second shift. Well, and
Yeah.
today was first shift. And tomorrow I go in second shift for 12 hours. So I'll be there from 2 in the afternoon till 2 in the morning.
Oh.
But I got to pay for stuff. So might as well do it while I can. So I
There
think
you go.
I'm going to take next weekend off if I can and get some things
Get
done.
some
Maybe.
rest.
No, I do more work at home than I do at work sometimes.
Well, just take your sleeping bag and put it underneath the buck skylark there, and
Yeah, that's coming down soon. I'll have to do some sanding, paint
ooh,
work.
body work. Oh,
Yeah, I don't care for it, but it has to be done.
look at that. There's a rash starting already, and I just heard the words.
Yeah, I don't care for it, but I'll do it. But but the buck should come out pretty nice after it's done. I've been looking at it, and I'm like, man, I did better than I thought I did. Because we are our own worst critic. Especially with body work, I think, man, that's lousy. And then when I'm done, hey, that don't look bad at all. But I'm not building
My
no Eric Jackson car either. I'm just want it sealed. So
my biggest problem with it is I put the mud on, and then I sand it all off.
Right, and then I got
I
to
put it on.
I do the
I'll
same
use
thing.
a whole gallon of it because I sand it all off.
Yeah, and if I would just, like when I did my truck, I really didn't care. I just wanted it covered. It come out great. So that's what I'm going to try to do with this one. Just get it, sand it, and go over this and spray it and see what happens.
But I did find the best body filler out there. Satin black. Just paint the whole thing satin black. It hides everything.
I have a 6-pack of it. I might have to get good night, World of Woodchip. I might have to get a spray thing and just buy a gallon of it. I didn't expect to do as much as I did, but oh well. So, all right. I want to say good night, everybody. I'll see you all next week, and I'll talk to you soon, BareRose.
Great seeing you this week, man.
Yep. Have a good night,
Hang in
everyone.
there and get some rest, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Buck, he's a heck of a great guy. Don't cut a hole in the Mopar hood in the center. I took that hood off by myself. It's another thing I was trying to video and show you how to take a hood off by yourself, but the camera was dead because it was too cold out there. That's got to be one of the heaviest things on that dang car. Holy cow, it's heavy. I can't figure out where the weight is either. And it's not really supporting anything. It's just a hood. Boy, that thing is heavy for what it is. I was thinking, oh, this car is a light car. This is going to be easy. Watch this. Yeah, no. I'll see. We'll get caught up here again. And like I said, I got the link there. If anybody else wants to pop in, hop right on in. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about. Oh, on channel updates and stuff. Some of the little quirks and stuff that we've learned so far. Um, Dudes with Wrenches was on Irish's Irish Outlaws live the other night, and he gave some awesome information on shorts that, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Um, for instance, he was saying that his shorts, because he's like the short king. That dude has got shorts figured out. He's doing like full length videos that are only a minute long. He's killing it with them. He's got great content with them, and I hate shorts, but I'll watch his because they're cool. But anyway, he's saying that they're hurting his long form because he's got thousands of subscribers, but all of those subscribers are expecting 1 minute videos now. So he says on his long forms, he gets, like, at the very beginning of the videos, he gets a lot of people watching it, but they drop right off. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I guess this whole thing is separated, your shorts to your long form. Me, I focus on the long form. I don't do a whole lot of shorts because I have troubles doing them. My poor phone is beat to crap. As you can tell in every short I do, the volume sucks. The audio is just horrible. And that's with a external mic hooked to it. Hood stampings were steam pressing, which stayed the same tooling wise from 63 to 88. Wow. So they didn't have the facility to thin the gauge down. That makes total sense. Total sense. And there's a market in it, and this YouTube stuff, it's wide open to any kind of style you want it to be. The key to all of it, though, is a good title, full make and model if you can in there. That's the biggest thing. The biggest keywords is the full make and model of the car you're looking at or whatever, working on, and then just fill up all 100 characters with keywords that that people are going to be typing into that search box. And then stick your hashtags in the description. Because when you put a hashtag in the description, YouTube puts it above your title anyway. So you don't waste any of those 100 characters. You can double duty them that way. That works too. And a lot of my shorts, I kind of use them as commercials for my up and coming videos. I kind of use my shorts to push my long form instead of, doing them as a separate thing. Or I use them as time fillers just to let everybody know that I'm still alive. So there's some in there that are just, you can tell they're just blurb outs of whatever I happen to be doing at the time or crazy things you might see. But the ones that I take more serious, I use them to push my long form. And that seems to help. That it is. I've tried it, and when I'm doing those, I'll do my video on it, and then I'll pick up my phone, and then I'll do a short whatever recap or blurb about whatever I'm doing, and then I'll send that one out from my phone, and my video, I'd bring it in the house and put it on the computer and edit it and do all of that stuff to it. But I got to tell you guys, if you're struggling on your sub counts and that, the biggest thing that launched me, man, was that advice I got from Dallas Brown. Even before the No Name Nationals hit, I go out in the shop and I film like 5, 6 videos of whatever, and I keep them about 5 to 10 minutes long each one. I just go out and I shoot, okay, this is a good video. I shoot this, and that's an okay video. And then when I get them in here and I edit them, I schedule each one to come out a different day at the same time. So this is Monday's video, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. So if something comes up and I'm away and I can't get a video out, it doesn't matter. It's always coming out in the background. And I have a video coming out on the same time every day. That's what drove me. That was the biggest thing that built not only my watch hours, but my sub counts, everything. I owe it pretty much to that. And then Buzz from Roadkill Customs, he showed us how to title it and how to work your descriptions and stuff like that. And then, that all just added to it. And then I got wild and lucky, and one of my shorts took off. And it's the dumbest video I ever did, but it took off, and I pulled about 1,200 subs off of that short of me just spraying easy off on a dirty, nasty 460 big block Ford. Sounds like a country song. But that was the consistency and putting video out every single day. Even if I wasn't the one putting it out, it was YouTube just doing it automatic through the scheduling system. That's what really pushed it. And some of those videos are still, they still have traction. That one I did on the secrets of the C6 transmission, that one's always in my top 10. And you'll have hits and misses. I mean, some of them I didn't get hardly nothing off of. But the next one I would. It's just, they're all a crapshoot. It's like sitting down at the poker table. But the more times you're betting, the more times you're winning. I can't recommend it enough. And I think it was Uncle Tony that said it. If it fails, it flies on YouTube. People like to see you screw up. But more importantly, over all of that, people like to see you try things so they don't have to try it, if that makes sense. They would rather see you make the mistake so they don't have to make the mistake themselves. And so don't be afraid to try anything. Putting a big block in an early Mopar, that might be a little different, but let's see there. Best modern way to stiffen chassis frame or unibody underbars. 4130 chrome moly tubing. I would, but for one thing, that stuff is expensive. And then I got to buy 100% argon. And that stuff's expensive. Then I got to TIG weld it, and yeah, I don't know. It does. It's a good way to go if you can go that way. I prefer mild steel and MIG in everything. TIG is great. TIG has its place. I know I come across in a lot of my videos that I'm anti-TIG. I'm not at all. But when you're in a tight spot and you're trying to hold something with one hand, trying to work the TIG torch in the other one, you got your filler rod, you got too much going on and you're in tight places anyway. I'm not a big fan of TIG, but it has its place, and when it needs to be done, that's when I do it. And I can buy twice as much argon mix as one bottle, a half-size bottle of 100% argon, and yeah, it comes down to cost. Just, yeah, I'm cheap. That they are. They love to see, like I said, I think they just like to see you try it. So they'd rather see you bloody your knuckles so they don't have to bloody theirs. Everybody's waiting for the easy way to do it. So after you fight it for 3 hours and then realize, oh man, if I would have undone this one bolt here and pulled that idler pulley up, that comes right out. That's the moment in your video that they're waiting for, so they don't have to go through all the heartache and frustration. And here's a big one with the chassis stiffening, though. You got to be real careful with that. If you make something too strong in one area, it's going to have to give in another. So every place you strengthen it, you got to think ahead. It's like a big chess game involved with the whole car. You have to think about where it's going to be weak on the next point. That's why I'm not a real big fan of polyurethane body mounts and motor mounts and tranny mounts. I like the old stock rubber ones because as long as it can move and give up there, I know it's not hurting it too bad in the back. I'm losing horsepower and I'm losing torque and I'm losing all the stuff and all the benefits of all of that. But it saves on other places, rear ends and stuff like that. And it keeps it so I can read my speedometer and my tach. The needle isn't vibrating like this. Yeah, TIG is actually fun. Like I said, I come across as anti-TIG, but I'm not. It's just most of my stuff is just rusty old crusty junk that I'm making work, and trying to TIG that, yeah, it's dang near impossible to weld rust with TIG. Yeah, that they do. That little titanium 2000 unlimited or 200 unlimited, one of the best tools I ever bought from Harbor Freight. But their gauges, the free gauge set that comes in it, take it from me. That little thing is garbage. Just if you want to save it for a backup, save it for a backup. But Harbor Freight also sells Olson. It's not their top line stuff, but long story short, it's a much better gauge set. I did upgrade it to that. Actually, I had to. Uh, when I bought my welder, I hooked a bottle of argon up to it, a good sized bottle. I forget the size of it, but the big bottle we have at the shop. And I went to welding on that backhoe. It's when I was building my backhoe. And within about 3 hours, I sucked that whole bottle dry. What the heck, boy, this thing really, I was wondering if my gas pressure was up too high or whatever. So I went and got another bottle. Well, I had that one refilled, the exchange. Brought it back and I put that free gauge set that they had on there. And I heard a psst when I opened the valve. And I got to looking and then I soaped it. And sure enough, the cone on that was out of whack. It wasn't true. So it was leaking around the gauge set. And I took it back. But that's the good thing about Harbor Freight. They said, oh, just grab one off the shelf. I said, well, you don't have these ones. He said, oh, just take this one then. And he gave me that Olson for free. He said, hey, just take it and get out. It was our fault. There you go. And I've never had a problem with that Olson gauge. In fact, I've screwed up a couple of times and left my bottle on and went out the next day and, oh crap, I forgot to shut my bottle off. Needles never moved. It doesn't even leak through that. Hey, Smoke Wrench. It was good to see you tonight. Yeah, and the best thing about it too, it does it all. So if your bottle runs dry, you can grab some sticks and it'll stick weld. If you're out of sticks, it'll flux core. You can throw flux in it and keep right on going. There's nothing worse than having a MIG only on a Sunday night and you run out of argon, or a Saturday night. Yeah, you got to wait until Monday morning to get more argon. Yeah. But those ones, like I said, one machine does it all. Even though I've never run flux through it. If there is one form of welding I am not a fan of, it's flux. That is my absolute last choice. It's so messy. And if it's got to be that messy, I'll just put a stick on and stick weld it. And usually that's when I'm outside and the breeze is too much that I can't turn the gas pressure up enough to compensate for the breeze. But that being said, with that backhoe and that, I MIG welded that whole thing, and it was outside because it was too big to get into the shop. I was out in the elements. You get a little breeze, just turn your valve up just a little bit to compensate for it. And I run it. I was, 8-9 hours a day on that thing because I was pushing hard to get that backhoe done. And that little titanium welder held up all the way through it. And that's when I pulled it out of the box and boom, went to work with it right then and there. I figured if it was going to break, it was going to break then and there. We have a spool gun, but we found to keep the hose straight enough, the mini MIG will feed aluminum wire. Oh, no kidding. For aluminum, I use the spool gun for that too. But I didn't know you could run the aluminum wire through the mini MIG. That's interesting. Boy, I know when you're using the spool gun though, that sucker moves. It vibrates your hand, that spool moving so quick. I fed aluminum through my Hobart handler, 140. Cool. I almost bought a Hobart, but it was used. And the guy wanted, well, he wanted the same amount for that one with a bottle, but it was a Norco bottle. At Norco, you have they're registered to you, so they're harder to transfer ownership on the tanks, the bottles. I almost did it, but for the same price as that titanium one without a bottle, I went with that. I figured it was new. That one's got a warranty. I watched a whole bunch of YouTube reviews on it. And I went with that one. The old Snap-on M140. Haven't lost any gas. You figure on using an engine plate on straightening up the drivetrain? I don't know yet. I'll tell you all right now, it's all pending on whether or not I can get that rack and pinion to work in there. If I can't get that to work feasibly and quickly, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. That K member's coming out of there, and should be going a different route. And if that K member comes out, I got all kinds of room in there. The hardest thing to deal with, though, is that the tunnel inside of the car, because that whole tunnel is shifted and it's crooked all the way to match up the way it was in there. And I don't want to cut the tunnel in the car. So I got to figure out how to get around that and without cutting it. Last resort, I will, but that's kind of the spine of the car too. That's what's holding the belly all together. And yeah, this is different. This is way different. It's making my noodle work. And if I do go with a standard transmission in it, I got some I think it's 3/8 diamond plate. It was an old drive over steel plate bridge that I got laying out here. I'm going to take and cut that up and make a 3/8 plate over the bell part of the tranny hump. I'm going to try to make my own scatter shield, so if a clutch comes apart, it doesn't come through the floorboard on me. Because the engine and tranny I got my eyeball on, they don't make aftermarket parts for. It is what it is. But I can't give away too much. You got to watch the videos. Oh, you betcha. The uglier, the better. Great to see you, Mr. Lars. I'm sorry, I get to talking and the chat keeps it going here. I don't mean to miss any of you here. Yeah, I'll find a way in there somewhere. What are some good starting settings for the Titanium 200? We will be welding thin steel plate and 1-inch square tubing. I found with it, I have the best luck with 030 wire, and follow what it says when on the when you open it up. It gives you good starting points on that. Start right there. If she's a popping at you, as you're welding, if it's pop 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 pop, just turn up your wire speed a little bit. If you can feel it pushing your bubble away, just turn the wire speed down a little bit. The hardest thing to dial in is the inductance part of it. You turn that way down and it'll lazy weld for you, or if you turn it up, it'll hard weld. Boy, that's hard to. You turn it down, it goes, and it just kind of lays a snake bead down in there. Turn it up, and it's more of a. Does that make sense? The best advice I can give you, because I don't know what material it is, I don't know the exact thicknesses or anything. 030 wire, and just follow it off of what the base sets you at. I've tried all different sizes of material with mine, and their numbers on it, they match really close. Sounded like a welding song, huh? The true sound of hot rodding. The best way to learn welding, slap a set of gloves on, throw some scrap metal down, and just weld it. That's the best advice I can give you for welding. It's all about feel and practice. And the only way to do that is just got to get out there and get some metal hot. It'll come to you. You'll get to the point where you can just hear it and you can feel it in the trigger. You'll know your wire speed on your torch, just feeling it. And the best thing to start with is the thickest material you can possibly get. Actually, thin, light material, that's the hard stuff. Hey, here's one of my original viewers right here. Oh, what I got in mind for my head, if it all comes together, it's actually paying homage to all you guys that was with me in the very beginning. That old Mercury one, it's still sitting in the back of the shop. She needs a lot of machine work done to it, so that one's going to take a little while, but I got more of them. Stay tuned. I think you're going to like what's coming up, and I can't let the bat get that damn cat back in the bag. Why would I choose a body? Why oh why a Mopar?
You are such a thief.
Hopefully it's going to be this dart. That's what I'm sole focused on. And it goes with what I was just saying there. That way, well, the dart is light. That's the whole purpose of it, and is the whole reason it shifted this way. The 58-300, that'll probably be the next year's. Or jump back onto the Fairlane. But the Fairlane is strictly a cruiser that's going to eventually be the hauler for the other 300. And the power plant for the 58, both 58s, is a 460. Maybe 521, but yeah, a 460 big block Ford. The Dart, it's up in the air. If I can get it to steer from the front, it's going to be one thing. If I can't, and I got to drop that K member out, it's going to be whatever runs. Because without that K member in there, you can put anything you want in there. And the 318 that I got, well, it hasn't run in about 12 years. And I've never actually even heard it run, so it's sitting in my 57 Ford, or Ford, my 57 Dodge, ton and a half. That was the one and only car I bought off of Facebook, sight unseen, and it was supposed to have the Hemi. It is a Hemi truck. It's supposed to have the Red Ram, the first generation Dodge Hemis, but it showed up and it's got a 68, 69 318 LA in it. Somebody's already got the Hemi out of it. But the price was right, and the guy delivered it if I gave him his offering price. So, and the price was still right. The truck's in immaculate shape, so it was still worth it. It could be. It could be. I don't know. And you still will see splatterings of the 58s as I'm waiting on parts and stuff. I alternate through all of them, so none of them are just sitting. And I still got to bring the Merc in. You'll see a little bit more on the 68 Merc, park lane. I got to change the cam in that, which means I got to pull that intake again. Good God Almighty! But I got to thank Edwin Redbeard Racing, the guy that drives Venom. Whew, he's fast. His dad gave me a premium set of intake gaskets for that FE, that 390. So yeah, when I get a cam for that, you'll see me pulling an FE intake again. All the bolts are nice and lubed up on it, so it shouldn't be too hard. Right now, it's going to be hard. There ain't no ifs, ands, and buts about it. That's just the hardest thing to do in life. I think if you screw up in life bad enough and you go up in front of St. Peter, he's going to hand you a 390 and a set of intake gaskets. Yep. That's when you know you screwed up real bad. Those cats know where the good stuff's at. The late 60s 318s, yeah, I know they got the forged crank in it. That's why, yeah, when I seen it, when I seen it, I was massively disappointed it didn't have the baby Hemi in it. But what's in it isn't bad. It's got the little 2-barrel carb on it because all of them freaking do. But I do have an Edelbrock Performer intake to go on it. That could be a sweet little car, sweet little engine. And it did come out of an A body. It's got still has the A body stock manifolds on it. So somebody took an A body 318. It's much later, and slapped it into this and robbed the Hemi out of it like they always do. You can hang plumb bobs off the dart while on the high lift, or on the lift high, make chalk lines on the concrete floor, or do it with a Sharpie marker, your drivetrain blueprint plan. Yep. And I actually did it just to make sure that I wasn't screwing up and leading you guys astray on it. I hung it off of I centered it between the license plate bolts on the back, and then I centered it across the back frame rails to make sure I was centered there. Hung a bob off the back and I hung a bob off the front. The front's easy because you can see it. Plus, it measured it to make sure. And then run a string from there all the way across up to the front of it. And yep, that transmission mount is 2 3/4 inches over. And then by the time that measurement comes back to the tail shaft all the way at the back there, she's a full 3.5 inches to the passenger side. Couldn't believe that. That shocked me. Hey, Wendy, how's it going? Rusted Junk Garage. That's got to be one of the best names on YouTube. How's it going, man? Good to see you tonight. Hey, and there's Brother Ari. How's it going? Hey, I was talking to Hubby. You got to hang out with Hubby, huh? Good deal. You guys got to go down and see the Mooney races? Oh, man, that'd be great. And an actual real gasser. If you guys haven't checked out Hubby's garage, he's actually restoring an actual gasser, one that used to hold NHRA records. And it's a beautiful car, man. That is so cool. And Hubby is one great guy. One of these days, as you're coming through here, we'll stop and get a cup of coffee. I just started my second 55 gasser in my latest video. Sweet. So, what have you guys all been up to? I watch Big Chief, his channel at times. He actually very good at chassis work. That C3 Corvette small block Chevy was a mess. He corrected it all, showed how he did it, used arc, tangent lines drawn out. Yeah. I used to watch the Street Outlaws, but to be honest with you, I skipped to the race and then I just watched the launch. I don't care who wins. I don't care about what goes on at the big end. I watched that whole series just to watch the way that they filmed the launch. And I even at the No Name Nationals, I do that. It comes from being in the pits, I think. I'm more interested in what the car's going to do. My eyes are okay. I think that's why I like building them. I actually don't care too much about driving them. I get more excited about building them. What goes on after that? It just happens. Give me a wrench and I'm back on to the next one. Yeah, like all of them too. One guy that, if you ever get a chance to meet him, Steve Darnell of Vegas Rat Rods, that is one cool guy. Real down to earth, great guy. But same thing, his show that was on, I think it was on Discovery for a while. Yeah, it got all that way too. But that's why everybody watches YouTube now. This is the reality in reality TV, right? Big tree, reverted 30-year-old chassis, paperback book for help. Way cool. A lot of the stuff that those guys are doing, though, holy cow, way out of my league. Totally out of my league. And it's a league I honestly don't ever want to get into. You know, I'll be dead truthful, honest with all of you. I don't want to build a drag car. I don't want to build a strictly drag car. I have more fun with them that you can drive them, you know. And if you've ever tried to move and drive a, a strip car on the street, yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare just pulling them into the shop. Ugh. I don't know. So I'm an asphalt warrior. Everything I do, everything you're going to see me do is all about asphalt cars. The way I see it, you get more seat time in them anyway, so they're a lot more fun to me. Oh yeah, with a spool or welded spider gears. Yeah, yeah. It ain't fun. Heck, trying to get them lined up to the trailer after the race, that ain't fun either. Yeah, exactly, BNR. If you can drive it there and then race it, drive it back home, that's perfect right there. You'll never be the fastest at the strip, but you'll have the most fun because you're keeping the most time in the seat in it. In my opinion, I'm not taking anything away from the guys that build dedicated, total 100% race cars. It's just not something I can wrap my fingers around. Around here, I have the rule of three. If I can't find three purposes for something, I don't want it. $5,000? I'm lucky to see 500. And really, you know, 300 in a light car is a lot of horsepower. I know for a fact that if I can get 300 ponies into that dart out there, that sucker's going to fly. Heck, if I put that Briggs and Stratton out of my lawnmower into that dart, that sucker would move pretty good. Exactly, Ari. And that, that 100 horsepower in that 235, has served it very, very well all of these years. But that little 235's got some torque numbers that, yeah, she'll move down the road. Of course, they gear out about 65, so if you're lucky, yeah, that's where they get a little scary. I feel for you, man, trying to run those LA freeways, Southern California freeways with that. Of course, that's a lot of stop and go. Sweet, Leighton, you're gonna try to open it for yourself? I wish you all the luck, man. I sure hope it, LNA. And if not, it doesn't matter. Just to be able to go to the No Name Nationals with it is just, that's, if it makes it there, or if I make it there even, I won. That's the way I picture the whole thing. Everything else is just icing on the cake. But it'd be sure nice to get it to Lambert's for the car show there, and just throw it down the track a couple of times and see what it's gonna do. I might get lucky. But I'm pretty sure Buck's gonna. I might get a pretty good view of Buck's tail lights in that. Yeah, she's a big girl. She's a real big girl. The video that got me on him and sold me on his channel, you got to go check it out. He does a starter in it. What, in the back of a restaurant? The starter goes out on him on this old truck, and he hangs right in there and he changes it right there in the back parking lot of a restaurant. You got to go check it out. I ain't gonna give it away. You got to go look him. That was cool, man. That brought back so many memories. Sweet, LNA. Ford Collision Center. Oh man, I feel for you on that with these modern cars. Good Lord Almighty. Trying to get all of those sensors to recommunicate with each other. Cars have just gotten way too complicated. Yeah, come on in, world. It's a great time. It's an event like no other event. I went there last year without a car because mine dropped that lifter, and I had the time of my life there. Wouldn't miss it for anything. Like I said, man, I wish you all the luck, and you can do it. I got faith in you, man. Ooh, that tempo's coming up. How's it going, John? I've been waiting to see that one fly on by me. Did you ever get second gear back in it? Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. Oh, and that was another thing that dudes with wrenches was telling us. Yeah, you see his videos, these little shorts, they're only a minute long. Yeah, they take a good 2, 3 hours to edit all of that content down into that one little bit. Editing can be a little bit of a pain in the butt. But I found don't over edit them either. Just cut the fat out of them. That's good enough in the beginning, and it'll slowly come to you. And like we was talking about last week, you'll learn to self edit. You'll learn how to hit that button to pause it while you jump over to the next thing, and it'll start to become second nature to you. So the editing process when you sit down in front of the computer actually gets easier, or on your phone, or however you're doing it. Let's see. I'll catch back up here. Whew. I get to talking and I miss the chats there again. I'm sorry. I ain't ignoring you. Ah, it's only a lap. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure the link is still up there. If anybody wants to jump on in, hop on in. Otherwise, you just see me just babbling here. Exactly, world. And you kind of get the after you've had to edit a bunch of times or jump out and reshoot because the lighting was blurring out the camera and all of that. You just automatically think about that, and you know right where to set the tripod. You don't have in the early ones. I got so many shots of the back of my head and stuff like that. Now I don't think about it now because I know it, and I just know where to put the camera and the tripod and set it and everything. So, like you said, the more you do it, it gets easier because you just know it. You just know where to put it. And the biggest thing is you just get comfortable with the camera and you just forget it's even there, and you just you're just talking. And then that's when your real personality starts coming out and everything, and then you slide right into your groove, and once that happens, just roll with it. I learned to edit backwards, go through and edit the footage that's most recent in your brain first and work back. Huh. I might have to give that a shot. Because like I said, I jump out in the shop and I'll nail out like five, 4, 5, 6 videos all at once. And then I'll bring them in the house and then I'll edit all of them, schedule them out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever, and then set them all for the same day. I'm jumping back into that now. And I'll have to try that, starting with the most recent one that I did. Because heck, we're all learning this stuff. B&R, a 454 is the dream, huh? 454 in that little bitty Chevy truck? A lot of folks have told me to turbo the old 235, but I don't know a thing about turbos. It can be done. I've seen them done that way, and they do handle it really well. The problem is getting a blow-through carburetor or those little itty bitty little EFIs. Good Lord, they're expensive. I think Holly Sniper does do one that will handle boost in the 2-barrel. But the 235 still, they might have short enough stroke there to push that turbo pretty good. Exactly, wood chip. You know, every channel is different, and like I said, once you find your personal groove through all of this stuff, you'll know exactly what's going to work and what's not going to work for your channel. Like I said, yours is more of a vlog style, which are cool. Hey, Travis, good to see you, man. Ooh, sneaking it in at work. Shh. That's the biggest and hardest things with turbos, though, is you got to have a short enough stroke that they don't lag the heck out of you. And I love a carburetor, but when it comes to stuff like that, power adders like that, I think I'd let the EFI take control. Again, because I'm cheap and I don't trust my tuning abilities to hold it together long enough, if that makes sense. I know my own faults. NA, no problem. But I don't want to have to stop in Lincoln, Nebraska, readjust it, drive it on to, oh, what's the next town there? Well, no, if I made it all the way to Lincoln, yeah, she'd probably already be leaned out and blowed up on the side of the road. Sydney, Nebraska, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, exactly. And the biggest thing people do is they oversize them. That's the most common mistake, is going too big on the turbos. I actually talked to Richard on that. Before I gave my little 2.3 turbos to cousin Mike, I was actually going to hang them off of another engine I had. And I contacted Richard on that, and yeah, he sent me and sent me a bunch of stuff on what would work best with that, with the application I was doing. He's a cool guy. He's a really cool guy. We don't agree on a lot of things, but you know, we're car guys. We're not all going to agree on everything. That's why I kind of I have the attitude of a duck in water when on a lot of stuff, because I see a lot of stuff is just differences of opinions, and a car is so personalized, especially when you start customizing them. You're reaching for a goal that you have in mind. You know, there's a million and one ways to build a car, but the only right way to do it is your way. We're supposed to do some turbos on the 66 Fastback Mustang at work. Maybe I'll get some know-how. What all else is going in it? That's kind of an open-ender there. I'm not sure. One guy that he's a big YouTuber, and he's not too far from me. Automotive engineer. He's the king of the whiteboard. He's got millions of subs. I don't know, lots of them. But anyway, he's over in the Boise area. He's got a lot of stuff on that. I like watching his channel because he's kind of the Bill Nye the Science Guy of the automotive world. What the heck is his channel name? Something like that. Auto engineering. Like I said, you guys are probably subscribed to him because he's got thousands and thousands of subscribers. But one of the things he brought up in one of his videos on something to try, one of his older videos that I always thought was kind of interesting, is to run a Paxton, centrifugal supercharger with a turbo, and then run it on a wastegate dampener. So when you start with the supercharger, but when you start building boost off the turbos take over, and then run the supercharger on like a air conditioning pump switch, so it would shut it off, and then the turbos take over to take over on the top end. I thought that would be something interesting if you could pull that off. But that's one that he had worked out on the whiteboard, and he was talking about it. That was one of them designs that, yeah, I could see some practicality in that one. Because as you push it, a root system or a centrifugal actually starts pulling horsepower away from you. Of course, what you're gaining off of it too, you're still making power. But if you get a turbo to kick in and then shut that off and just freewheel after that, and then let the turbo take over, I don't know. Like I said, now my brain is squirrel. It's what happens when you guys let me just sit in here to my own devices and nobody pops in. You watch my brain just. I've seen stuff like that, yeah. Running from the turbos through a root system, yeah. Ain't no replacement for displacement. That is so true. That statement and horsepower sells cars, torque wins races. Those are two of my favorites. The other one is the secret to every car build, to every successful car build, is you got to match everything from the wing nut to the lug nuts. If you can line everything up and make everything happy in between there, you'll win every race. $470. If somebody made a 470, yeah. Turbos are clear, but not near my truck. I prefer naturally aspirated myself, just for the simplicity of everything. Exactly, John. Horsepower is just a function of torque and speed. Yep, really, torque is all there is. But it's funny. We all know that people who really know this stuff know that it's torque, but you never hear about torque. Everybody talks about horsepower. It's to the point that if you want to relate to people with that, you got to say horsepower in there somewhere. But it's all about the torque, and especially in towing. Holy cow! That's why a diesel just reigns supreme. And in my opinion, a Cummins is just you can't out tow a Cummins. You can outrun them. You can out you can beat them to the line. Everything. It's easy to outrun a Cummins, but you can't out tow them. 481X Hemi. With my pickup, I try to keep it as simple as possible. Exactly. That's why I don't change anything. Except for you got to check your fluids, right? No, you got it dead right there, Ari. It's a simple truck, looks awesome, and it works. And the more simple you make it, the easier it works. I think one of my mods could post the link, the registration link for you there at LNA. And like I said, we'd be more than happy to have you out there. I can't wait to meet you. I used to have a power wagon with 440 33s. Had monster torque. Yep. Yeah, that '01 Dodge that I had, 3/4 ton, 4-wheel drive. God, I loved that truck. Got great mileage, but it was a 6-speed manual. Yeah, through a city block, you shifted through 5 gears. There was only about 200 RPM difference between every gear, so yeah, your left leg got a lot of work. Very true. I had one decimate my S10 with turbos, huh? Yep, that Cummins is just unbelievable, and they just keep going. They are so hard to beat. The hauler we used for the monster truck, I mean, that thing was so overloaded for what it was. It was just an old Bluebird school bus. It was an event bus. The school buses that they used to take the football teams around to games and stuff like that. We bought it from the county auction. I think Dad paid like $3 grand for it. It's had the 12 valve Cummins in it and the Allison transmission, automatic transmission. That thing hauled the truck, the tire trailer, all of our tools, and was a sleeping quarters in it with all of our gear, everything. And we drove that thing all over the place, all over the country, up and through all of the mountain passes out here. That Cummins just kept right on going. And to this day, that hauler is still being used. A guy uses it to haul his race car around now. And he loves that thing. Of course, without a 10,000-pound monster truck sitting on top of it, yeah, that thing moves down the road pretty good now, too. About 65 is about all we could do with it. Sometime or another, I'll find old pictures of it. I'll post up some pictures of the old hauler. Basically, what we did with it is make a giant ramp truck. But that's when we learned the hard way. You don't want to cut a bus. Those school buses, they got big, heavy frames under them, but they're actually designed to have that body on there. We had to brace that frame up, fish plate it, oh, big time. So, anybody else got any questions or anything? Like I said, I got the link up there if anybody wants to jump on in. Otherwise, you just sit here and watch me babble on about stuff, ramble on. Oh, looks like you learn when I babble? Ooh, man, Ari, you need a therapist. I'd send you mine, but he's in therapy. Yeah, it's we're on the warm up side now. So now it's snowing. uh I was going to insulate it not this year but last year, but the cost of the to bring the power over to it that jumped up, so it didn't get insulated yet. Someday I'll get around to it. Or I'll just keep going with the way it is, you know, it still works the way it is. Sweet. You got her registered? You're a full member of the team now. How many subs you at, LA? Oh, and John's going to start up on his creator workshop videos. He's going to start dedicating some of his Friday night lives uh, to help people give off the advice and stuff to really help all of you out on getting your sub counts up and how to get your videos out there and how to get them seen. Uh, Pay attention to John's channel, and every Friday that he does them, that's usually when they pop in. Catch every one you possibly can. And Buck's lives, and I do little blurps in this one too. On any way we can help you get there, we will. That's the right attitude, man. That is the perfect attitude to have, and with that attitude, you're gonna make it. When I started last year, I had 42 subs when I registered. And I hate saying it this way because it sounds like I'm in it for the money and all that stuff, but I actually got my channel monetized before the No Name Nationals. If you put in the work and you pay attention to the advice that everybody's giving you, you'll make all of those goals before the No Name Nationals. As for the money you get with it, that if you want to push for it that way, which I highly recommend you doing, because if you refuse the money, you're just letting YouTube have all the money. YouTube is giving you a chance to take a part of it, and they give you the bigger part of it. So if you can get your channel monetized and actually start getting paid to do this stuff, think of it this way. You're getting paid to work on your own stuff. That's every one of us hot rodders' dream. And who knows, might take off, and you'd be able to afford a carburetor or something. But seriously, the best advice I can give you, number one, is just consistent content. The more videos you can put out per week, uh, don't overload yourself with it. The scheduling trick, that works awesome because you can, you got your videos coming out automatically. You can step away and forget about YouTube. If you need to take a week off, you can take a week off from YouTube as long as you got 7 videos lined up and going out in the background. You can just clear your head, go do something else, go take the wife out, do whatever you got to do. Or if you're working late or, any of that stuff, you still got video coming out and you're still consistent even though you're not doing any of it, if that makes sense. And then when people comment, boy, don't you ever change your clothes? Just say, nope, this is all I got. They can see now. I trimmed my beard. I trimmed it a while ago, but the videos I got coming out, I still got the soup filter going on in the shaggy. Yeah, now it's snowing out there. That's why I was avoiding this. And the more you can get out there, the more we can push it for you, the more we can help you, and the easier it gets. And it's kind of fun. As for the rest, the proper way to title them and your descriptions and where to put your hashtags, the difference between a hashtag and a tag, you know, uh, we can help you with all of that stuff too. And it's a goal I recommend to all of you, you know, they're starting into this, you know, just make that your goal. Forget about the 500. Push for the 1,000 and the watch hours. You know, that use that as your goal, and you'll make your 500 like that. You'll just sail right past the 500 if you if you put the monetization requirements. That's a better way to say it. If you keep that as your goal, the 500 will be easy. And don't worry about doing a bad video, because the worst video you can do is the one that you didn't do. Soup filter, yeah. I forget. I think it was the term mustache is actually a loose Latin translation for that. It's because the Romans were against, you know, the Celts, so they said they didn't have uh, facial hair. They had soup filters, and that became mustache in some way or something like that. I remember reading something about that. So that's always stuck with me, and I've always called it a soup filter after that. And that's good, hubby. Don't be afraid to throw mud at the wall. If you can't get out to the shop to do what you gotta, you know, you want to be doing, don't be afraid to throw mud at the wall and wait for something to stick. Not all of it's going to stick, but the ones that do, they stick good. Yeah, and I've got some that are just, yeah, they tank. And what's funny is a lot of the ones that I put so much effort in, and you know, it's probably because I overthought them, but I really wanted to get the edits perfect on it. Man, I spent like hour, 2, 3, 4 hours editing this video, and I rehearsed it in my head to go out and shoot it. And then I get it all together, and I thought that this is going to be the one. This is the one. And I send it out there. Crickets. And then you go on, you're frustrated, and you go out and you just do one right off the cuff. You don't even think about it. You're just, okay, I'm going to, how to take a carburetor off. Something you've done 1,000 times. You take 4 bolts off, undo the linkage, comes right off. You think, hell with it. I'm just going to just do this video, okay, like this. I'm not even going to edit it. And boom, you get like 2,600 views on that one. The one that you spend all the time on, you get like 14 views. YouTube will work like that. Like I said, the short that I had that went viral, it's me spraying Easy Off on a dirty, crusty 460 big block Ford. I'm not even spraying it off. All I'm doing is laying it on, and you see it foam up. That's it. And that sucker took off. The dumbest thing I ever did. Honestly, anymore. In fact, I almost did that video today, but I couldn't get my camera behind me and set so where you can see me. I'm gonna do a video and show you how I edit. Generally, and it's also because I'm getting in tune with it, so I know how to self-edit. But anymore, it only takes me about 5-10 minutes to edit my videos now. And I'm doing it on the most primitive editing device program that you can possibly use. I use Windows Video Editor, the free one you get with Windows. But I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about doing a video showing you guys how I edit. I mean, my editing is not great, but I'll show you, my raw footage, and I'll show you what I take out. Because the stuff you do see, there's a lot more in it that is just garbage. And by garbage, I mean like I forget to put the pause button, and I walk over and I'm not talking, and I walk over to someplace else, and okay, over here, and then okay, and then, or I'm, walk over to the toolbox or something to grab a tool, or sometimes I repeat myself over and over again because I forget where I'm at. So those are the little things that I edit out. I've learned that is just good enough for now. It might expand to be better and later dates, but the videos that I have that are doing very well, I did very little editing in them. Just cut out the fat. That one could be interesting. I mean, this is YouTube. You don't know something, mud on the wall, something's going to stick. Exactly, Alan. Like I said, you learn to self-edit as you're doing it, and it all works for you that way. My problem though is when I film on my phone, I have a very cheap Android phone. It's an AT&T Maestro burner phone because I break too many of them. I have to buy the cheap one. If I hit the pause button, I can't put two scenes together. So if I shoot with my phone, it's a one take wonder. I gotta, and that's it. Whatever it is, that's what goes out. And my computer is too slow on the processor and the graphics card that I can't download the video from my phone to my computer. One of these days I'll upgrade all this stuff. But I keep buying cars. As soon as I get a little saved up, somebody will call up and say, hey, you want this old 350? Okay. Hey, Irish Jay, that was a great live you had the other night. That was a really cool live with Dalton and uh, Dudes with Wrenches. That was really cool, man. I learned a lot on that one, and a lot of it just absolutely 200% clicked and made sense. Yeah, and I've tried to do voiceovers with that because that's basically what I'm using too. I can't get it to line up, the audio to line up with it. If you have a fast enough computer to run Filmora is like, from everything I can see, is about the best editing program out there. But you got to have a pretty good computer to run it. The best computers to find are gaming computers because they're really hot on the really good on graphics. And even though we're not using them for gaming, we're using them for video editing and stuff. That's where it's at. They're gonna do a live about it, Irish? Cool. Yeah, like I said, that was a cool live. And congrats, man. He got monetized just a little bit ago, and yeah, you're skyrocketing, man, and it's well deserved. I pulled out my old Sony Handycam, and it works pretty well. I also just bought a GoPro 9 that uses an in-car camera and the gasser type drags. My cell phone doesn't focus well anymore. Yeah. Uh, the GoPros I have troubles with. Um, Up at the other shop, I've got a lot of lost footage because of GoPro. That entire 55 build, the truck we call Karen's F-bomb is the truck we built for my stepmom. That footage is all gone because of a GoPro, so I am very hesitant on ever using a GoPro again. It might have been my fault, but and I have a hard time with the GoPro because it doesn't have the forward-facing screen, and the ones that do have it now, the screen is only about that big, and I can't see it, and I lose track of where I'm at while I'm trying to film. So, but the video quality of them and the stabilizing abilities of a GoPro, spot on. They're unbeatable. Hey, Big Buck, how's it
What
going,
is
man?
going on?
You see me floundering out here?
Yeah, I see, man, nobody's jumping in there with him. Don't leave him hanging.
I don't know how much longer I could tread the water. Dang good to see you, man. How's it been
Yep,
going?
it's going good. I got a video uploading right now. It may have just uploaded, but here's kind of what it's gonna say.
Let's take a look there. Solar layout. There we go. Call out for No Name Nationals 2023 at Outputs Garage. Cool. That's a long form.
No, yeah, it's gonna be a long form. Yep. So
It
Russell picked up
might help you to take the at outfits and your hashtags and just drop them down into your description,
okay.
and
Yeah,
then
go ahead.
put your truck on there, the year and make of your truck.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I'll edit that. Russell picked up a square body today, a C10.
Oh,
So
sweet.
he's going to be building a truck, and he's got a 402 roller
Yeah.
motor set up that he's going to be putting in a C10. So he texted me earlier, so I just immediately went out and made a call out video. So it would be 402 versus 402 at No Name Nationals, because I've got a couple 402s actually, but not counting this one. I've got two more. So yeah, it'll be a truck versus truck, the battle of the big blocks.
Is he going to put that old 60s body on it, cab on it?
No,
Or is he going to
leave
run it as a square?
He's gonna run it as a square body. Said he is gonna put it on a diet. He's gonna lighten it up though. So I imagine he'll take fender wells, everything out of it. What's going on, Dean Stevenson? Ari B&R Racing. Looks like you got some people in there. Iris says I know you got a 402 and you're putting it in a square body also, but are you bringing it to non-name nationals? Because if you are, there may be a host of call outs. Host of call outs.
That's funny too, because the 402, you don't hear much about them now. See what you done started?
That's right. I started this thing, didn't I? They're like, well, he brought a 402. Let's pick them up because there's 402s in a lot of places.
396, 454, all over the place. You hear them. 402, huh? What's that?
Yeah. This one that I just picked up came out of a 1972 Kingswood Estate station wagon.
That's what the emblem is on the back of our rat rod, Sir Rat.
Yeah.
It's got Kingswood on the back. And we had that block sitting around forever. Same thing. Yep. That's cool.
That's what this one came out of. What's up, Hunter? What's going on? Hubie's Garage. Yep. Outfits. Yeah, he traded the Outfit Z for a square body truck, so that's cool.
Well, is that what happened to it?
Yep.
He said he had something in the making for it. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm glad he got it. He had told me that he was going to get something to put that 62 Chevy truck body on, and but I think he's leaving this as a square body. He's just going to lighten it up and put the 402 in there and run it like that. Irish Outlaw,
right now,
his 402 is untouched from a 72 C20. So this car came out. This Kingswood Estate wagon came out of Odessa, Texas, and the guy bought it to put it in the demolition derby this year. It's his. I think it's going to be him and his brother have been derbying for a long time, and this is their last year for doing it. So he wanted to run old iron this year, so he bought a 72 wagon out of Texas, and so I put the motor on the stand, pulled the valve covers off, intake, oil pan. It looks good on the inside. So I'm just going to put a 268 cam in it, aluminum intake, and just throw it in the truck like it is.
what's the difference between a 396 and a 402?
So 69 was the last year that GM put 396s in cars. So that was the last year. I think there was a 400 cubic inch rule or something, and it lifted or something so they could put bigger engines. And so they just took all their 396s and bored them 30 over, called them, and they were 402s. So some of the cars advertised them as a big block 400. Some of the trucks were called an Invader 400. So the Invader 400 was just a 402.
402.
All it is a 30 over 396. They just took all their stuff from the late 60s and turned them and bored them out so they could have more cubic inches. Yeah, the C20s had a 400 badge on it. Yeah, they badged a lot of them as just 400 cubic inch, but it was the under the hood it would say 402 cubic inch, but the badges would say 400. So if somebody had a 400 Caprice, that car could either have a 400 small block or 400 or 402 big block in it. But it would say 400.
I know there was wacko things with the badging back in them years.
Yeah, and that was up until 73.
Yeah. One of my favorite engines was the 396, and so the baby big block.
Hubie's Garage says he's got two 402s for sale. One is a 71 out of a Chevelle complete for $1,500. So I bought this 72 402. It was complete from the breather, quadrijet, all the way to the oil pan, the exhaust manifolds, the fan, air conditioner. I got all the accessories, brackets. It was a full option car. I got everything. I even got the transmission lines that he unscrewed from the radiator to the transmission. I mean, they're unbent. I bought the whole setup. And I'm going to be putting the V-belts back on the truck because I had serpentine set up on the 402 previously. And when I pulled that serpentine setup off, I realized, man, that thing is heavy. That serpentine setup is so heavy.
I don't care for it.
It don't, yeah. It was great because belt never came off, but definitely don't look as good. And it just weighs too much.
Yeah.
So Ari's asking him where, because Ari's wanting a big block. He is definitely wanting one for his truck. Near Palm Springs. That's right next door to California there, Ari. Right door. I mean, you're only about 4,000 miles away.
Or Palm Springs, California.
Well, I think he's in Florida, though.
What's that?
I think he is in Florida, though. But yeah, there is a Palm Springs, California.
That
Yeah,
hubby and Ari they're not very far apart from each other.
Oh, so he's in Palm Springs, California then? Oh, great. I thought it was Palm Springs, Florida. Then he could have a 402 and a 350 on the stands.
That's what you need. Trust me.
I'm about 2 engine stands shy right now. All my engine stands are full. And
I got 6 of them.
well, I've only got 3. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks on the ground. 5 counting one of them. I got 5 blocks on the ground. Way too much. I didn't mean to start collecting this again. 29 Palms, Dean. So my 65 AMC, if you look on the front bumper, it's got a real faded out. It says 29 Palms, California on the bumper. So someone in the Marine Corps had that AMC at one time in California. And that's what I've been working on today. I got the head put back on the AMC and went to fire it up. My battery's crap. It fired up and then it died. Then my battery was dead. So I'm just going to get another battery for it. But it's ready to, the AMC's ready to run. I got all the stuff to do all the brakes on it. So it's going to be running, driving, and stopping on its own power. And then I'm going to sell it because I got the Cornet now. So the AMC's got to go. The 63 Newport has got to go.
Newport. I seen that.
Heavens Mopars may have messaged me about the Cornet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I can't let it go. I'm too excited to have that 70 Cornet. My favorite car at No Name Nationals was Family's Garage's Super B, and that 70 Super B. And so for me to have found that car locally and been able to buy it was it would have to take more money than I think it's worth for me to get rid of it.
Yeah, Dean, you knew that song was going through my head, huh? Good old Robert Plant. I've only been through that area of California once, down by Needles.
See, the furthest southwest I've been is Salt Lake City.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I used to travel all over the United States, and I had customers in California out in Torrance, but every time those jobs would come up, someone else would get them. I was a service tech, so I never got those jobs in California. I did spend quite a bit of time in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, which was the most beautiful area that I think I'd ever been to this day. Still, that area is beautiful.
That's right next to Heavens.
Oh, yeah, he's in Spokane, so
yeah,
I'd go to Spokane. I'd fly into Spokane and drive over to Coeur d'Alene.
My wife's family's all up in Coeur d'Alene.
And Hubie's Garage says Torrance is near him. Yeah, we had customers in Torrance, but I never made it out there because the company that I worked for, I lived in Arkansas and I worked for a company in Massachusetts. So I was a remote service tech. So the guys in the shop in Massachusetts, when they would see all the jobs first, so they would pick out California and Canada and the jobs in Florida, the places they wanted to go, and I would get the scraps. Like, oh, Steven's going to Mexico, or he's going to South Carolina, or he's going to wherever. So
Salt Lake City. Ew.
Hey, Busted Radio, what's going on? Yeah, Salt Lake City. So they called me up. It was December of 2001. And they said, Steven, we need you to go out to Salt Lake City in February. I said, do you know what's happening in Salt Lake City in February? They're like, no, what? I said, the Olympics.
Olympics.
The Winter Olympics. I said, I won't be able to get a hotel room within 100 miles of there. So let's make it March. So we scheduled it for March. And I went out there that first time in March, and it was actually very nice. They had Olympic committee that the city looked great. They done a very good job, and the city was super clean considering they just had the Olympics. It was a really good time.
The only thing bad about Salt Lake City is it's the only corridor for I-15 and I-80. And man, that section all the way from Spanish Fort clear to Brigham City, that is crazy. You drive through there and you just count accidents.
So I-80 goes all the way to Salt Lake City?
I believe so. Cuts right there and then jumps up.
I've been through that. I-80 up north. What's going on, Rich?
Hey, how you doing there?
Good, man.
In the wintertime, we avoid it like the plague.
Oh, I bet.
Because it's just accident right after another, one right after another. It just gets super congested right there.
Man, I really got to stop sleeping all day. That's what I've been doing all day long today.
I got up and was fishing at 7 o'clock this morning. It was 30 something degrees out, and I was on a spring, and the smoke was coming off of the water because the water was like 40 something degrees year round, and it was 30 something degrees outside. So I was out there fishing at 7 o'clock this morning.
You got the natural fog coming off it.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
How'd you do?
5. I didn't fish long. My hands got cold. I caught 5 small fish. There was guys out there up to their waist though. They were wading in the water, trout fishing.
Really?
Oh.
They were brave. I know they got hip waders and stuff, but I was looking at those guys out there, and my hands were cold. And I said, "There's no way I'd be out there right now." That's July and August was when I'd do that.
Yeah.
Because the water's the same temperature. It's a huge spring. It's a Spring River, the name of it in Arkansas. It's
Out here, people are cutting holes in the ice still. Not for me.
Out here, there is no ice.
it was 70 degrees here just a couple of days ago, and then a big storm came through, and it was 30 degrees last night.
Yeah, that's what it was here. It was 69 2 days ago, and then all of a sudden the weather, went south.
So
and I don't know what's now, but it was actually cold yesterday. So.
And where are you at?
I'm in Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm up towards the end of what is it? Delaware Water Gap.
Yeah, the temp swings have been crazy these last few weeks. I don't know about in the Northwest. Has it been pretty just cold?
Bitter.
Just bitter.
Bitter. I think it got up to, well, when I woke up yesterday morning, it was minus 18. Now it's
It's a good-
warming up though, so now it's snowing.
I don't want to hear that word. You can keep that mess. Stay down there. Don't come up here. I don't want that mess.
But when it snows here, it's a dry snow, so it's like powder,
Powder.
and you just breathe on it, and it drifts to no tomorrow.
Yeah, we don't never get that here. We get sleet and freezing rain. So freezing rain is the worst because everything holds free. You know, sleet's not bad because it don't stick to trees, it don't stick to power lines, but the freezing rain is what we get a lot of, and it's horrible. What's up, Leighton Weldon?
We got Leighton back in here.
I went by his house last night to drop off his welding machine I borrowed.
I guess he's going to try to start a little side business with that. Boy, I wish him the best of luck with it.
I'm trying to send him some work.
Well, I got a welding machine up here too. Booyah. I use that for the old cars though. You know, I do metal fabrication for cars.
Oh yeah.
73
Yeah, you know,
on
patchwork
Wednesday
and
in PA.
What's that?
Looks like it was warm in PA too.
Yeah, Sam said it was 73, huh? Then 28 on Friday. Man, it's getting these 40 degrees.
I don't know what the heck it is outside now. I mean, it's not cold in my house, and my fire didn't take, so you know, I'm not really freezing. It's just I wear this jacket any time that I'm, you know, up. So just because, you know, I'm not ready for coming out here and you know, getting cold. So
BNR Racing says the 402 Chevy is rare in his area, but 427s are still around. And that's complete opposite down here. I can find 402s, but no 427s.
Yep.
how about
I've seen
455?
The what?
455.
Which 455?
What do you
The
mean?
Buicks are
75.
hard to find here.
I mean,
Oldsmobiles we could find.
Olds, Pontiacs, or Buicks. Which ones? Because I had a Buick last year and I took it up for buck, and we just put a 455 Olds. My buddy put one of his 76 Firebird. That's how I got the Pontiac 400 that I have in my garage.
Just to correct all that, it's all General Motors. So
Well, no,
There
they're
you go.
different. Though.
No, they're way different.
The
Way different.
desirable one is the Pontiac is the most. I think is the most desirable one. And I did just locate one of those, and I'm trying to talk the guy into selling it to me. It's a 72 model Pontiac 455.
this is an Olds Delta 88.
Well, see,
455.
455.
Our outlaw says he'll take every 455 Oldsmobile he can get. Dakota.
That's funny.
Time.
That was the most popular one around here. Buick
The Oldsmobile?
455. It's hard to find. Every once in a while, you come across a Pontiac.
Well, they say that the Olds that I have is actually very rare to begin with. The 69 Olds Delta 88. It's not the 98. It's the rounded one, not the square box.
That's like that park line of mine. I looked up the numbers on it. Actually, it's a low production car. But it still don't make the value go up. I wish it did, but no.
No, but you know, the thing is that I've had one before, and this is the second one I've had, and I don't see many of them have up for sale on eBay or anything else like that. So,
Problem with mine, and probably the problem with that one, is everybody used them in the Derby.
Yeah, they're still,
Back in the 80s, you know, nobody cared about those cars.
yeah, now everybody's
Yank
trying to
the
get.
motor out and put it in something else, or run it in the Derby.
I'm pretty sure that this car is actually a numbers match because it's still got the compressor on it for the air conditioning and all that stuff. The rubber hoses,
you say it's a
everything's
60,
still there.
so it's a 68, 88,
69.
69. Yeah, the 88s were. Seemed like there was a lot more 98s than there was 88s.
Yeah, they always had a boxy back window, you know, the 98s. The 88s were more like the old race cars.
69.
But they were a big boat.
Toronado. Boy, that was an interesting car.
What it? Tornado? Yeah, the Oldsmobile. Yeah. I was going to get one of them. I don't know. I had some idea of fixing one up, you know.
That Olds 88 is shaped more like a Monte Carlo than a bigger car.
But it is a big car.
Yeah,
That car is friggin' huge.
yeah. I mean, I'm looking at one. Yeah, it is a big car. Olds 455 powered, 69 Olds 88.
We went to California one time for my stepsister's wedding in San Francisco. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of us in an Oldsmobile 98.
Yep. Now, mind you, Big Block, this is not a 4-door, it's a 2-door.
Yeah.
This one was a 4-door. Gold.
Yeah.
Gold
That's
interior and gold on the outside.
Mustard gold, that's what color it was. And even the seats are like, you know, I mean, I don't think
vinyl gold.
More like an orange, but.
All right.
And we had the harebrained idea to take off from LA and go all the way up Highway 1, all the way to San Francisco. Oh, Lord, don't do that. Don't do that. We only made it about, probably 100 miles, and everybody was puking. Everybody was car sick. That's the old highway that follows the coast all the way. You look off one side, and it's a steep cliff all the way to the ocean. The other side is just a rock face cliff, and you got fruit trucks bearing on you. You got a bumper of a semi truck pushing you all the way there.
Mm.
Good Lord, that was, and it's all. Everybody was car sick. Good Lord, that was back in 80, 85, 85, 86 we did that trip.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a beautiful drive. But yeah.
Yeah, I would love to do the Highway 1 drive. I mean, I don't know nowadays if it would be, the traffic would be just horrible. I guess it would be in areas, but.
Boy, traffic in Southern California is just, it's just bad. It took us 8 hours to go from LA to, what's that town? Right as you do the Lancaster turnoff. Bakers? No, just past San Bernardino. A drive that usually only takes maybe a half hour. And it was just stop and go all the way. And it did that all the way to Vegas. Nothing but taillights all the way.
So Russell just replied to me. He said, sounds awesome on the call out.
Barstow. There we go. Yeah.
Barstow.
All the way through. Good
I know
Lord.
nothing about California. California is too many states away from me.
It was on a Friday night. Everybody in LA was going to Vegas. Ugh.
How far a drive is that for LA people?
It used to just be a few hours. Now you leave on Friday and you get there on Monday.
I wonder how long would it take to drive to No Name Nationals from Jersey?
I'm not sure. For me, it was 23 and a half hours by Google.
Yeah, that's if you're going straight through. But I mean, nobody's going to drive 23 hours. Not one,
Split it
not
up
one
to
time.
3 days.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Wilburn. Hey, look at
What
that.
do
No
you say?
orange paper. I knew you had it.
You gotcha. You gotcha. I knew that was going to happen.
I'm on the road and I'm on the ball.
How's it going tonight, John?
It's going. If
You
it
don't know
weren't for-
how, but it's going.
if it weren't so dark, you'd be looking at the beautiful skyline of Gastonia, North Carolina,
No,
like all
Oh,
two
yeah.
life out there.
I have stayed at a hotel in Gastonia before.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to see North Carolina.
You should. It's a neat place.
I got a friend that wants me to move down there.
I was here I don't know, a few times back I was here. I went to Wendy's for dinner about midnight, and I heard a guy peel off 7 shots in the middle of the intersection
God.
and drive off. So this is not the part of North Carolina you necessarily want a vacation.
I just moved back to North Carolina 4 years ago. I was living in northeast North Carolina in Camden, I was 45 minutes from the Outer Banks.
Right.
So up
Yep.
by the Appalachians.
Oh no, this area here, I'm near Charlotte. Going to the track tomorrow, so that'll be exciting.
Sweet.
Nice.
That's one of my dream tracks.
I'm going to go outside for a second, see what it looks like outside.
Dallas and I worked at Shriners Hot Rod Expo, and I figured I'd stick around and do some stuff tomorrow.
Which track?
Shady Side.
Okay.
So we will see what happens. It's in Shelby.
Have you been up to the Hertford track?
I have not.
I got a friend that races at that track. Because I lived in Hertford. I worked in Hertford County when I lived in North Carolina, so I was familiar with that track. I just didn't know it was an AHRA track at the time.
Yep. Sure is. We've been talking to people from there today that were at the expo.
So how was the turnout at the show?
It was all right.
All right.
Different kind of crowd there. It's all right.
It
So
seemed like
there's
quite a few cars.
Yeah, out here.
Yeah, cars were interesting. We had a Supra right in front of us. There's all kinds of vintage pro stockers on the other side. Our booth, we're looking at a Supra all weekend. It was just awesome.
It's kind of cool watching your live and then watching the people walk around behind you and they kind of take a double take.
Like, what was it doing? I saw that.
We had a guy run over from 2 booths down. Hey, I saw y'all on the live and I wanted to get in it. I said, well, we were live for over an hour. All you had to do is just come walk up.
You're right.
I mean, it took more work to not be in the live than to be on the live because there were people everywhere.
Yeah, because you had bad internet down there, right?
The internet, I don't know how it was. It looked okay on my end. What we really had was the people running the show. They put 5:30 to 9:30 on everything and then started yelling at people on the public address because they're not out of there at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. I heard you guys were saying that 9:05 and they're already trying to get rid of you
Well,
guys.
I know, but they what it is they were real careless what time they put on their marketing, and then they just didn't know what time the show. They were just like they were winging it, and it's the 20th show. There's no reason for that. None.
Right.
So
No, they should know what they're doing by
we
now.
wrapped it up, but they're sitting there yelling over the speakers, carrying on about it. I'm like, people, we're just doing what you told us.
Oh, let's see what we
It
got
didn't
out here.
look too bad on my end when I was watching it.
Yeah, the noise today, I actually put a decibel meter on it. The first half of the day today was averaging 78. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You couldn't hear anything. One of the tracks walked up to talk to Dallas. He just walked away. I'm like, we can't hear. We can't communicate, not with power tool level noise. And during the live, it was really loud too. They had a guy, play music. So what we did is we were running the camera off one phone and we had microphone on the other. And that was the best compromise. Apparently it worked good enough that people were sticking around. But today the noise situation was better, but it's just the way it is. You got to experiment and see what happens.
Yeah. The audio was a little low. It's a little bit harder to hear you than, normal.
It was
Normal,
loud.
It's easy.
It was stupid loud in there.
So I got a reply from Russell on the call out video that I just put up, and he says, "You're on. It's a race. This is going to be fun."
We got 2 402s.
I forget who was calling me out. There was a couple of them on here calling me out.
So I told him I owe him one since he beat me by 0.06 of a second last year. So now we're going to race truck against truck, both with 402s.
Dean, I didn't even see any of those little Shriners cars. I saw some of the bizarre looking hats, but I didn't see any of the cars.
Back inside. Too cold out here.
Well, Rich, if you do make it there, with or without a car, as long as I trailered my car there, keys are yours. Take a run.
Cool.
Register.
Yeah.
Well, Rich, you got 215 days. You got a lot of time.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just got to get out of this sleeping. I slept all day today. I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. Almost never do that. Like either I'm getting lazy or I'm just getting old.
Where's Ron English to drive that orange sign into a wall with a screwdriver when you need him?
Oh, that was classic.
Yeah, he's that. We're gonna put that up with. Wham!
And then when you tested the horn and the battery cable, you guys done put on a full show that time.
I thought so.
Oh, brother. More unwanted soliciting.
As far as that goes, I don't care who drives my car because somebody's got to get the footage. So I'll be out there with the camera.
Well, see, I've been a driver for over 30 years anyway, so.
Mm-hmm.
They consider us drivers to be just as good as a cop car or a guy in a cop driving a cop car.
You've been a driver for over 30 years.
Yeah, I've been a bus driver. You know what a bus is, right? A transit bus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been driving one of them for over 30 years.
Ah, cool.
Wow.
Cool.
You've
You got the air brake.
You've seen some crazy drivers in your day, then I'm sure.
You kidding? I still see them today. I'm still driving.
Worse of it,
I think that gets worse as time goes on.
I bet they think that bus has got great brakes that can stop on a dime, right?
Yeah, right. Sure do. And the horn, they don't hear that either. It don't matter what kind of horn you have.
Is this like a city transit bus or for college or what?
Well, I told you I live up towards Delaware Water Gap, but
right.
I go everywhere. I go all the way down to Liberty Corner. What do? I do Madison. I do.
It's a municipal bus, though.
No, it's not a municipal bus.
Okay.
No, municipal buses are smaller than transit buses.
Okay, I just did.
I'm talking about the kind of bus that has the front driver tire behind the driver itself.
We have Blacksburg Transit, the town of Blacksburg, and they have articulating buses that hold 120 some people with the rear engine, two sections and all that. And that's a town bus there, but it's also serving the university. So it's
our town buses up here are not that big.
Yeah,
they don't have those. They don't have those up here, but as far as township goes, I think they may have like what is it, 24 passenger?
Yeah.
That's about it. I drive the big ones. I don't drive the small.
But do you drive for like a town, or is it private?
No, it's private company. Private company.
Okay, cool. My
Still
next door
diesel?
neighbor drives for.
I've been driving since the early 80s. So
Are they
So
still
Rick-
running diesel?
some companies still run diesel, and some of them actually still run the conventional buses, the one with stick shift.
Oh, really?
Believe it or not. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Yep.
Rich, I was just looking. So from Delaware Water Gap, which I don't know if that's exactly where you're at, but to Sikeston, Missouri is 14 and a half hours.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
If you can bring the bus, you're welcome to take it down the track.
Yeah. I'm sure my boss would love that.
Just saying, just offering.
I'd just leave the company name on the side.
See me smoking the tires on a school bus?
And I will say, if there is
It'd be a
any
place to sleep.
burnout pit in the country that can accommodate a bus, it's ours.
Yeah. Yeah, but you want to know something? If I'm going to do that, I want to make sure I do a whole shot.
Hey, you back up to the burnout box, you're already halfway to the finish line.
There you go. Yeah.
He's staging in the burnout box.
Well, really, what I'm gonna do tomorrow is I'm gonna get out there on the Oldsmobile. I'm not gonna concern myself with the 57 for right now, because every time I get out there, I get annoyed and I walk away from it. So I'm probably just gonna start working on the olds, try and get it back up to snuff.
Did you check your balancer for top dead center?
On the Chevy?
Yeah.
No, I didn't even get that far. I went to go to set the piston up on number one, by taking a plug out and sticking a screwdriver in there, turning it manually, and all three things were not in alignment. Like the rotor wasn't at number one, the piston was at one, and the timing marks. So there's something wrong there.
Probably the harmonics slipped.
Yeah.
That's
real common.
It doesn't have a bolt on the harmonic, so you actually have to use the
rubber
puller.
Let the outer ring slide.
The ring slides on the rubber when the rubber rots.
Yep. That's real common.
So John Wilburn, did you see that I joined the Mopar community?
Yeah, I heard about that, and I saw the thumbnail.
So I did pick up I'm just sitting out in the yard now. I got a 70 model Cornet.
Yeah.
And I had someone reach out to me from Kansas who has a 70 model two-door Cornet that has all the front suspension and a good hood, and it looks like the quarter panels. It's a parts car.
Yeah.
And he gave it to me. He said, I just have to drive to Wichita or out by Wichita to pick it up. So I'm going to be making a trip possibly next month to pick up another 70 Cornet parts car because I need all the front suspension.
How old am I? I'm 54, but I've had a heart attack. I have arthritis in my foot, and I've got lower back issues.
But you're still 54, though.
And I got a stent in my arteries.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you got 4 on me.
That's probably the reason why I sleep all day is because, when I work during the week, I'm out of it. I start driving at 5:30 in the morning. I don't get done till 5 p.m. I put over 200 miles a day on the vehicle that I drive. So,
yeah, a lot of driving.
Mm-hmm.
BNR says they street race his fleet of buses.
Oh God,
that's great. That is great.
I've seen the bus derbies. I've seen those before. I've seen when it smacks them up into each other.
Out at Colorado National Speedway out there, they race them out on the track. They have like exhibition races out there. It's a
we
circle
got some
track.
tracks up here too. We got Island Raceway. You got English Town. You got what the hell is it? Raceway Park. I thought for the longest time that Raceway Park shut down. A lot of it has, but they still keep it open for the swap meet. So after like 10 years of not going down there, I was surprised to hear that they were actually open. And that's, one of the things I did last year, I think it was. I went down there. Because I like that too. I love going through old car parts and stuff like that, see what I can get,
Yep,
that's
there
awesome. Go. There you go. Hey, did you see Buck's, what is it, 70? CUDA?
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
I would change nothing about that. I'd have wheels on all four corners and make it run. That's it.
I don't.
That thing looks good.
Yeah.
Now, I also picked up and I've got to go get it. It was sitting beside it, a '69 Sport Fury that has a 383 727 in it, and I'm pulling the motor and transmission out of it to go in this car. So I'm gonna do a 383 in it.
DNR, I'm sure you have all kinds of stuff with school buses. I mean, that and the World War III. I mean, between the two, that keeps you pretty busy. Speaking of demo derbies, that ridiculous demo derby video I did with my buddy's first derby, for whatever reason, that video's taken off again, and it's getting 30-some views a day.
Oh, really?
Out of nowhere. So,
isn't that the weirdest thing? You'll have a video just go dormant for like a year, and then all of a sudden,
this one did mediocre in last summer, and then just sat there kind of dormant. And then a couple of weeks ago, I just noticed it was always in my top 3. Just took off.
That's like my old Dodge. I had a 50 Dodge Coronet and a 52 Plymouth. Those two cars have gotten over 5,500 views, and they've been sitting dormant. So I might have to think of another type, even though I don't have the cars anymore. They get the views, so maybe what I'll do is I'll update it and put a different title on it.
Full make and model. That's put that in every one. And then just kind of refresh it any kind of way you can, and put your hashtags in the description.
Does that sound familiar, Rich?
What's that?
Does that sound familiar?
What?
What BareRose is telling you? Yeah.
I got that from Buzz, and man, that just
I was
so
looking
good.
at one of Rich's videos last week, and I'm like, man, there's a 57 Chevy in the thumbnail, and it doesn't say in the title. So I reached out to Rich. I'm like, man, you got to put that in there.
Yeah, did you see what that car looked like when I got it, though, John?
I've thumbed through several of them, yeah.
Oh, my God. That thing looked like who did it and ran.
Yeah.
It looks a lot better now, but it's just like I said, I got to have the patience to deal with it, because I don't want to mess nothing up on it, or get aggravated. And But I think what I'm going to do is, because if I'm going to go down to No Name Nationals, I think it's going to be the olds. So I got to put that thing up on jack stands, and I got to take that old external trans coolant line off and put a new one in.
Just make sure you make it there.
Yep.
Well, I'm not driving the olds down. Hell no. That car's got a lot of mileage on it, but I might dolly it.
Check it out. If you can get enough people to help you get it in there, you could bring it down in the bus.
Yeah, right. My ex-wife used to wonder how I could sit there and back a whole freaking transit bus up in the driveway. I said, "You want to give it a shot?"
There was this guy that he worked for. He got a job part-time driving a bus for Blacksburg Transit. And they have a lot of that. They'll have students driving them, seasonal stuff like that.
Yeah.
And when I saw this guy, they hired him. I thought, oh my gosh, these people are nuts. I wouldn't hire that guy to park a moped, right? Huh. So about 3 months later, I ran into him and I said, "Hey, it's such and such. how's your new driving gig over there going? Oh, I don't work there anymore. I said, really? Yeah. I can't remember what he said. I'm like, this isn't, So I know the dispatcher over there, and I said, hey, whatever happened to, She said, oh, yeah, we had to get rid of him. He had pulled the bus through, those little covered drop-offs at hospitals, like where the entrance is.
Yeah.
He pulled through one of there and got it stuck underneath.
Oh God!
And it's even worse. Then he tried to back out. He was trying to
Oh,
cover
no.
his yeah, he did. So he can opener a bus. Now, what made him even think he could get it through? Why was he even? We couldn't even figure out why he was going through there. The bus had no business going through that.
You want to know why, John?
I don't know how he got it around the curve to go through it. I didn't think a bus would fit that, but apparently he either did that or hopped the curbs.
He's what we call one of those drivers that's dazed and confused, He's like living the hippie era all over again.
Then insult to injury for this poor guy. The record driver, who I also know, he says, oh, hey, man, you'll never guess what we had to get out yesterday. I said, let me guess. He's like, yeah, they were not happy.
I'll tell you one thing. I was working for a school district at one time, and they had this senior, driver, like this older guy.
Yeah.
And he was known for like sleeping in, meetings, presentations, and stuff like that. Well, they got him behind a bus, and we have these old train tunnel trestles, from like 1920s. And we have one that's like pitched on an angle, so you actually have to turn your vehicle in order to miss the walls. Well, this guy was actually not paying attention, and he actually can't open the top of the bus. Yeah. Took the whole freaking top right off. Ooh. And they took him out as soon as they found out about that, because he got the bus stuck in there. I don't know how, because there's like maybe a couple inches over to one side, and he would have been like clear right through,
Right.
But he got it so it's wedged right up against the concrete wall itself. So they actually had a hard time getting that bus out of there. But they never let him drive another bus again. They were like, "That's it, we're done. We'll rather have you sleep during a presentation or a meeting or something instead of having you sleep behind the wheel going through a tunnel."
Wow.
We have an intersection, it's the train trestle crossover, and it's Highway 94, Yellowstone Highway. As it comes around, it makes a bend and drops down and back up in that, and it's 13.6, but the angle as you drop down in and come back up, semis got stuck in that all the time.
Yeah,
because when they'd come back up, it would get stuck.
Yeah, because their vehicle is way too long for that, that duck under, That's what a lot, the thing is that I've never had that. I never had any problem where I've ever driven into another vehicle, a bridge, or, a drop down hill like that or anything, because I'm very visually perceptive. I know what's going on around me. So that, I think, has gotten me over 30 years of driving, whereas other people don't.
Boy, was that a fun crossover or whatever. You get right at the top and you downshift and just let off the gas. Oh man, it sounded good.
And usually it's the back wheels that are jerking like that. It's like they're kind of like stop, but they're going, Awkward silence.
Uh-oh. There.
For me, not my channel. Let's get BareRose demonetized if we have time.
So what you gonna do with the Newport there, Big Block?
We're just gonna sell it.
I've
got it where to roll because it'd been sitting for so many years. The brakes were, stuck to the hubs. So I pulled all the brakes off the car, got it where to roll, and I cleaned it up some. The dash looks phenomenal in the car. It had a light coat of dirt on it, so it preserved everything. Once I wiped all that off, the gauges, it looks great. But yeah, just gonna sell it. That's kind of
That's
what we
got
bought
the
it for.
Poly in it, right? Poly 318?
No, it's a 361 wedge.
361. Oh,
Yeah.
the old push button.
Is this one a push button? No. Yes,
Hey,
it is a
John.
push button. It is a push button. It's got the lever for park.
Yep.
It is a push button. It sure is.
How many people that you know down there at No Name Nationals have brought a soccer mom vehicle for racing?
Oh, well, I mean,
Andy Woods did.
Andy Wood.
Andy Daly is Explorer. Wendy wanted to take the van. If Mopar's Mustangs and minivans gets down to their backup, they'll be bringing van.
Oh, okay.
No, I guess me.
Yeah.
We were in the wife's daily too. Yeah.
Yeah. Two Hacks Jeff came in a little chick Jeep, the whatever that is, the mall crawling Jeep.
Yeah, because I have my mother's PT Cruiser. That's here. And
Hey,
they
there
call
you go.
that a baby hearse. And then we have what was it? The company that I work for, they retired a soccer mom van, which is actually a Chrysler Town and Country.
Yeah.
And it's got like 188,000 miles on it. I think it maybe might bring one of them down one year,
Go for it.
My brother has a PT Cruiser that runs 7 seconds in the 8th mile, so he may bring it too.
Damn.
Here's the thing. You can bring anything.
It's called Not Quite Stock.
Oh, yeah. No, his is completely gutted. It's a tin can turbo motor. It's with slicks on it. It's tuned on the 85. It runs great.
I think if my sisters and brothers saw me do that to my mother's car, they'd have a heart attack.
No, the No
They
Name
need to not
Nationals
see it.
It's a different thing, I'll tell you. I've said it many times. It's like the world's largest meet and greet that just so happens to have drag racing going on.
As far as bringing anything, look at what took second place in the bracket racing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Tim's van got second.
A full-size van.
318 will run.
He ran an 11:17 in the bracket all
and
day.
second place. Yep.
Almost
It took out 55 vehicles to do
Mm.
We were laughing and cheering him on. As he went by on that last pass to come around, I said, "You're going to have to stop and get gas," because he made so many runs. It's a totally different kind of event.
I just thought about this.
You would love it.
You know how Mongrel's Garage made it all the way to to the semifinals in my car. He got beat the very first race, and he told me, he said, "Man, I think I'm going to buy back," because he said it's been over 20 years since I drag raced. And so he bought back, and then he made it all the way to the semifinals.
The idea of the buyback, though, it wasn't as much for competition as we thought. Well, we want to give people an opportunity to have a really inexpensive way to support St. Jude's. That was the whole point of that.
That was great. That's what I told him. I said, "You will be doing a good deal just buying back just for St. Jude."
Ideally, everybody would be in the bracket. Everybody there. Whether you run a 22nd 8th mile or a 5, just get in the bracket. Just
really no reason
nothing
not
else,
to.
do it for a parade lap.
Yeah. No reason not to.
You could win in that stock PT Cruiser.
You could win in anything, yes.
Bracket racing is and it's actually better to be the slow car. You want to be the slow car.
Yeah. My top 4 to win that thing, where I thought Andy Wood had, because Andy's an accomplished bracket racer. And he's in his daily, right? So I thought he's got a real shot. Blake's an accomplished bracket racer, but he had a tough draw in the first round with Travis and Perpetual Projects. Just luck of the draw. I thought that Joe and 318 Tim, again, 2 really experienced racers there. That's the 4. I thought that from those 4, one of them would win it, and 2 of them were in the final. So we'll see what goes on this year. Maybe we need to put a bounty on Joe. You never know.
Put a big old target on the back on him.
Eh,
So Mongrel's Garage is bringing his Ram Air TA this year, and it's a 6-speed. So I don't expect that he'll do as good running a 6-speed car in bracket racing as he did running the automatic Mustang.
what's Mongrel's bringing?
He's got a 2000 Ram Air TA that he bought brand new.
Okay.
He ordered that
So,
car.
he's going to have the fastest Pontiac at the No Name, the fastest Pontiac Trans Am Ram Air car of anybody at the No Name Nationals.
Of anybody at the
Yep,
No Name
that's
Nationals.
Ah,
305 factory horsepowers
That's it.
with a 6-speed transmission.
transmitted.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the Mustangs, they'll either bring the Mach 1 that he's working on for his buddy Chris, or the 67 fastback that they brought to the Volvo build last year with a 302, with a 306 with a sniper on it.
Speaking
was
of
a heck of a-
Volvos, how's he doing? Is he doing okay?
I have not talked to Cletus in a month, probably.
No, the Nelsons.
Oh, you're talking about
Andrew's doing all right.
Andrew.
Okay.
I mean, he's hurt, but he sent me this and said I could share. He said, this is what happens when a high-speed wreck goes right.
Oh Lord, yeah.
I mean, that's not good.
Those eyes don't look great.
I mean, he said I could share that. He wants people to take away the lesson that we don't get complacent about our safety equipment.
Yeah. There's a reason it's there.
4 broken ribs,
Oh, God.
a fractured L3 vertebrae, bruised, both lungs bruised, sore shoulders and hips. I mean, that was not a soft wreck. That was 149 hard left into the wall.
What happened? He cut a tire, or
No, the rod went through the block on deceleration on the top end.
Wow.
And when it did, it oiled down the tires and just
down.
sent him left straight into
I
the
thought
wall.
something.
Yeah.
I thought something got under his wheels. Is what happened. I didn't know if it was
Oil.
coolant or oil or what.
Yeah, oil did.
Wow.
But it sent him straight into the wall. And that car, I think the estimate was 30 feet in the air that it went.
good Lord.
Yeah,
And
the
that's kind
impact.
of a awkward
Yeah,
place for it to happen. It was after, it was on the big game when it was done.
Oh, yeah.
Good thing is he's still alive. The good thing is he's still alive. That's what counts,
Yeah.
you know?
Yep.
I mean, because if you remember Dale Earnhardt slamming into the wall, senior, that was mild compared to what, you guys are talking about. But then
Well,
sent
that,
the car 50 feet into the air, and look, Dale Earnhart's no longer with us. So,
I've seen a lot of wrecks that didn't look anywhere near that bad that they didn't walk away.
yep.
I mean, and so it's just, we want people to be safe, and we don't want people to complain when we say, listen, we've got a set of standards we need to have for vehicles to pass tech. And
Yep.
we try to give as much leniency on things that we reasonably can, but man,
now you're going to have to tell me,
we want
John,
people to be safe.
you have to tell me, John, like, what do I got to do to this Oldsmobile for it to be,
First of all, just go to ahraonline.com and get the rule book. Okay.
all right.
Second of all, we did a live with Deke, the tech director. Dallas and I did with Deke Denny, the AHRA tech inspector. And on that live, we tried to cover all kinds of things. And if you go back and watch that live, now I got to tell you, I would never suggest to anybody, tell them to go back and watch any of the lives I do, because that's just torture, right? I couldn't do it. I don't know how y'all do it. But that's one that's probably worth going back to watch on replay, because it was all about passing tech. It was all about helmets and belts and fuel lines and all of these things, and drive shaft loops and about cages, because everybody asks about the roll cage, and yet most people aren't to the speed at which it is required.
So we have to have a roll cage in the car. That's it.
If you go quick enough.
Yeah, that's only What's the
Do you have anything that's going to run a 635 in the eighth
Yeah.
mile?
No,
I
but
don't
I
think
mean,
so, Rich. I think you'd be
a
all
stock
right.
car?
Highly. Not unless I hook up NOS and turbos to the friggin' olds.
And hook it up. So what
Yeah.
I would say is everybody needs to do certain things. Everybody has to have a helmet. Okay.
Snell approved.
If you're running 765 or slower, you can run a Snell or a DOT, like a motorcycle helmet. If you're running 764 and quicker, you have to have a Snell helmet 2015 or newer. Okay. Everybody has to have a radiator overflow bottle, and it has to be 16 ounces. But you know what will work for that? A 16-ounce soda bottle. A 16-ounce plastic soda bottle and a zip tie will suffice, but you have to have a 16-ounce minimum size coolant overflow.
Yeah, my coolant overflow has actually got one of the original, like a windshield washer canister.
Yep.
It's like 16 ounces, but it's got a metal cage and a hose going from the radiator to it.
You may not run
Good enough.
antifreeze. Antifreeze is prohibited. Okay?
Really?
Yes,
Yeah, so
because
you gotta
that
drain
stuff
it
is
in
worse
water.
than oil to get on the track. Okay.
Okay.
Antifreeze is prohibited. If you run slicks, regardless of ET, you must have a drive shaft loop. If you run slicks or drag radials, you must have a drive shaft loop with those tires. And you got to have a battery hold down. And no straps. It has to be a real battery hold down, generally speaking, like 1/8 inch, L
two metal
channel
hooks.
work.
Two metal hooks with the metal brace over the top with 2 bolts.
Yeah. You can get
That'll
universals or you can make one. Anyway, those are the things that everything has to have. You have to have all of your studs and lug nuts. You have to have something like the diameter of the stud must extend into the lug nut. You have to have full engagement of the lugs. There's certain things you must have that are very basic that anybody can pass with 215 days notice.
Mhm.
But only then if your car is quicker than that, then you start to come to other things. Then you start to come to things like fire jackets and roll cages and that kind of stuff.
Is there such thing as overdoing it with a car that's not going to go that fast?
You can make it as safe as you want. It's up to you.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you this. Don't sit here and spend a fortune doing a chromoly cage and then show up, with missing lug nuts, So I would cover that in a logical order. And if you've never run your car before, don't overestimate with grand expectations what it may run.
No. Well, my car, you're talking about a car that's as old as I am, and believe me, I don't run that fast, so I'm sure that car won't.
A basic street car that you're just a daily driver. It's pretty easy. The rules for that are very easy to obtain.
I think if I actually updated everything on the car, as far as the olds is concerned, I might be able to do 15. That's about it. I mean, it's a slow car. It's a snail because it's a yacht.
This is why I just mentioned the things everybody has to do: helmet, coolant, battery hold down. Everything must have that.
Yeah.
Overflow bottle.
Just drain the radiator out, fill it full of water, and flush it, and then just go send it.
Yep.
Then when you get home, put your antifreeze back in it.
It's September. You're not going to freeze. You'll be all right.
And it's warm there. It's really warm. There was a lot of guys that
I was sunburned that first day. I was cooked.
Just t-shirt weather.
I was so burnt that first day.
My lips got sunburned so bad.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Did you get my number and my message?
What message?
I left you a message with my number in it.
How'd you do it?
Through one of your videos, one of your most recent ones.
I had to go back and look. The only thing I saw was the one about the timing, the balancer, getting your timing right.
Yeah, no, I think it was just before that.
I'll look. I've look again. I've been doing stuff all day. I'll go back and look.
You've been on the road chasing. You've been busy.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to be doing this kind of stuff, I'm going to need some information. So,
Now,
and maybe a little help here and there to figure out things. So,
Mohawk
Mohawk
makes
says
a
on
good
there
one
about
too. No more than a total of 12 inches of rubber fuel hose.
Yeah.
When it says rubber, it's not necessarily rubber. It's the unreinforced rubber low pressure fuel hose. You have to have like a braided, jacketed, or hardline.
no, it's not hard. I can always get
Now, you can
what
do
is
that.
it? Tool.
The
Get a
other
reaming
thing too
tool.
is remember is doing all these little things. Even though you're doing them to pass tech, I wouldn't think of them as passing tech. Think of them as things I'm doing to make my car safer.
Safe.
Because all of them, yes, you can pass tech, but they're all good things for the street too.
Right. Yep.
I mean, there's no downside to having a good battery hold down or an overflow system. There's no
the fuel
downside to
line,
any of that.
I should have done the fuel line years ago and got rid of the rubber hose. I had like 3 foot of rubber hose going to regulator to everything. So I got rid of all that. It's all the braided now. It's safer now. It's going to hold more pressure. It's not going to.
And Steven's exactly right. If you think about it, where are you in a bigger danger when you do have a fire? On the street or at the track? At the track,
Exactly.
a fire extinguisher is only so many seconds away. On the
Right.
street, a fire extinguisher could be in just watch your car burn for 20 minutes away.
Mm-hmm. No, see, that's the thing is with the buses, we all have fire extinguishers in them. So
Right.
that'd be like one of the things automatically that I'd put in a car because I know.
Do you
my own
carry a
experience.
fire extinguisher in your car?
I have one out there in the trunk right now. Yes.
Okay, good. So I carry a 2.5 pounder, and I think everybody should carry a fire extinguisher in their car. Everybody. I mean,
Yeah, even if you
I just think it's a good idea.
Yeah, even in the 57, I'm
I
going
think
to
it's
get
a
one.
good idea to have one in your pit at the track too.
Mm-hmm.
And these aren't written rules, but I think it's a good idea.
Oh yeah, because you never know. Like they had what was it? A video the other day about a was it a Maserati? Not a Maserati. One of those exotic cars. The guy had it in his trailer, and out of nowhere it caught fire. I don't know if you saw that.
Trailer
But it was like
fires
a
are very common.
DNR, the factory EFI high pressure hose. That's I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that hose that's designed to run at 58 psi or whatever it is. I'm going to ask Deke about that because that generic rule of hose was written so far back there that kind of hose didn't exist. So I'll ask. But at worst, you would use upgrade to like a braided jacketed hose, and then I know you're fine. But I'll ask about that because there are starting to be a few guys that fit that situation.
On mine, I just replaced it because, well, on that 68
Corvair,
it had 4.5 feet.
Anybody interested in a 64 Monza, Corvair Monza?
Woo.
It's the floors are great. It's it's got the 6-cylinder in it. Somebody had restored it years ago. Apparently I can get it for a really, really, really good price. I'm not interested in it because I don't like the cable, everything run off of cables inside the car.
block. Does that got louvers on the hood?
Yes, that's to keep it cool. That's the radiator.
Yep. That's an air cooled 6-cylinder. It's full of parts.
Oh man, don't tempt me.
When
was the last time it ran?
I don't know. It's
That's
got
cool.
2 1-barrels on it. Somebody
It's not
painted
the
it all
turbo
up
one.
good. No, it's not the turbo, but it is a Monza.
El Turbine.
Like I was saying earlier, man, I know the width of that sucker. You take an early dart and put that down in the back of it and pull that slant 6 and everything out of the front and just run her open on the front. You would have something right there.
What I got here?
I got a soft spot for those Corvairs, so you can really get something out of them.
I think it's time I open this, folks. It's only been sitting here for 3 months. PS5.
Speaking of fuel cells, one thing you can do to make a fuel cell safer is watch how you run your vent line.
Yes.
Because remember, air can follow any path, but fuel is going to have to follow the path to get above the level of atmospheric pressure is that straight line. So you can run your vent down and straight down once you go out the top. You know, some guys do it with a loop, but you don't necessarily have to do a loop. But if you run your vent up and then straight down, then when the car's upside down, top of your vent is still above the top of the fuel cell. Either way, you've got a vent that won't leak.
I don't think I have a vent line on that car.
You should. It's got to get air back in there somehow.
69, it should.
Oh, yeah, should.
If not, it's a ventilated cap.
It ran back up the filler neck.
And don't trust the new fuel caps.
Oh, no.
I had that happen on mine. Mine doesn't have a vent. It vents through the cap on that.
Oh, the Kia, that's what mine is. Mine vents through the cap.
And I bought a new cap for it.
Yep.
And it pressurized and started pushing through. Just sitting there, it got hot and pressurized through and pushed through the needle, and it flooded the car out.
Oh.
And I went over there and oh man, it was hard. I had to use a pair of channel locks to get the cap off, and poof.
I'm thinking that's what the hell's wrong with the 57. I think that's the reason why it's not getting gas up to the carb. Maybe because of the cap.
That's what I'm saying, BNR. You can
so I put
probably
the old cap back on, and it's fine.
You can probably make a roll safe style valve that way. However,
brand new cap was bad.
I'm going to put on my list to ask Deke, because we're going to have him back on. And so I'm going to add both of those questions. I'm going to put the factory EFI hose over 12 inches, and I'm going to say fuel cell rollover valve. So thank you for that. I'll ask him, and I'll get answers on that. Ideally, I'll be able to get answers for whatever you guys need, so that when you get there, everybody can just glide through tech.
I don't know what the hell that's all about. Yeah, that was weird. No, I'm looking at this thing. There's a thing for the YouTube studio that's showed up on my top bar, the search bar, above the search bar. But I don't know who it's from because it's not showing it.
BNR, why don't you get a 300-gallon fuel cell for the bed of your truck so that you're ready for the apocalypse, and you can just store all the fuel in there you need.
Damn.
See, when we have the apocalypse, I'm going to let everybody else store the fuel for me, because when their stuff's not running and they don't have any food, they're going to leave it out there everywhere. I'm not worried about it.
Oh, crap.
Auto salvage outlaws. Here's the thing that gets people on those longer rear studs. When they go to an aluminum wheel, the center of the wheel is so much thicker. That's exactly what got Stephen Holtz last year. I think Stephen would have been so much better off to have taken his steel wheels and used the tire changer we had right there on site and put his slicks on those. But instead, he opted to put longer studs on, and okay, it worked fine. But yeah, if you have an aluminum wheel, that's where you usually run out of thread engagement.
I want to see if I still got these spacers out here.
And you know, there is no rule that says you have to run an open-ended lug nut. There are people who say that. The tech inspectors like it because they can just look at it and see it. But that's not what the rule says. You don't have to run an open lug nut, but you can be required to remove them. If the tech inspector wants to make you pull all 20 of them to prove that you have thread engagement, he can do that. So it's up to you. Deke strikes me as much more reasonable than that, though. And as you saw last year, he wasn't unduly hard on anyone.
No, he was.
He's a great guy.
Very just.
Deke is great.
Oh man!
Here's another thing:
over at Lambert's.
If you're really worried about passing tech, get there early on Thursday, so that let's say you got something that's like is a total no-go, that gives you more time to fix
Time
it.
to fix it.
Yeah.
And film it.
And film it. That's right. See, so what'll happen is you'll roll in for tech and there'll be something that's a no-go. And then Deke will say, well, there's a shining example over on Mr. Myrick's truck. So go over there and check that out, the right way to do it. See?
How to pass tech at the No Name Nationals with a
That's it.
1957 Chevy Bel Air.
Yeah, right.
Yes. Now
Perfect
you're
timing.
talking.
With the Holy Ghost.
There you go.
With the Holy Ghost. How to pass tech.
You guys
And
will
down
never.
in their
You guys will
description,
never
I
guess
was
what I just
parked
found
next to
here.
the Holy Goat with my 1957 Chevrolet
What'd you find,
Bel
Rich?
Air.
4 timing lights.
Look at that timing light.
There's one. There's number 2.
Funny.
There's number 3 right here. And
This
here's
timing light's pretty old too.
yeah, but you know what? I'm sure
Long
they
as they
still
flash.
There's another one.
Yeah.
I just recently got a free timing light out of a truck we bought to part out. Had a timing light in the back seat. I think that's why the truck wouldn't run.
Sitting right next to a Shilton's.
Well, they were using a timing light on a 95 model Chevrolet truck, and you can't time that with a timing light. The TBI motor has to be timed with a scanner.
Uh-huh.
Hey Ari, check this out. My old Sun timing light's older than you.
But look who showed up. 318 will run. We talk about him, and he shows up.
I think
There
my
he
timing
is.
light's older than Ari, and I bought it new.
Yeah, I got my clean sink out here. Right there.
Yes, 318 will run. We were talking about how you conquered all but one of the field in that van in Sikeston. Put on a real clinic in the bracket.
Almost won it all. Oh, I was cheering for you.
Let's see.
Hey Dean, isn't that 5.2 E44 wheel run? I believe.
And I love the comments you've been laying down on me on that, on this new series 318. They're just great. You got me in stitches every time.
Let's see here now.
Ari, my light is the base light. Like it doesn't have the dial on the back because I don't trust those anyway. I mark out the balancer all the way out and then just use the fixed light.
Well, I'm gonna see how long I can stay in this live. I got to take a run to the store, so
No problem.
that shouldn't be a problem. I should be able because it's self-contained, you know. Got to move the van out of the way.
I think it's a sunlight that we got in the bottom of the toolbox.
Huh?
It still breaks it out every once in a while.
I haven't started that vehicle in a while anyway. My Jeep Patriot.
Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna jump out. I just thought I would jump in and remind BareRose that it is 215 days.
Because that don't stop. This clock stops, but that one don't.
Oh, this one stops. It stops on September 21st.
Yeah, and, no, because then it starts again.
And it starts again. That's right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I always appreciate it, BareRose. Thought I would drop in and say hi. Thank you
Anytime,
kindly.
man.
John, have a good one.
Always happy to have you.
Y'all take care.
See you,
Rick,
John.
we'll
Take
see
care
you
and be
soon.
safe out there.
Okay. Well, that takes care of one. Now I can get mine out.
Thanks, man.
Ow. Yeah, that arthritis is kicking in overdrive right now, man. I feel like I'm 90 years old. I'm walking like a guy who's 92. Shit, that hurts. And the colder it gets out here, the worse it gets. Let's see, is this open?
I know all about the arthritis.
Yeah, but the worst part is it's in my, it's just above my foot and the ankle.
Mine's in my knees.
All right, where the hell's the damn key to this? I can't even see anything out here. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I got a couple of coffee makers and air fry ovens out here. Oh. I think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. Look.
JB, you might as well. Since you keep talking about it, you might as well do it, JB.
Oh, yeah. God, I must have gotten bigger.
More than welcome, JV.
Oh, here we go. That's perfect. And we don't have to hold it in my hands. L stick shift. Get on in here. It's cold as hell.
You're in direct connection. Ari, are you saying a lot of stuff falls off trucks and people get them? Yeah, this fell off the truck. I just got this. It's brand new. Oh, I got some videos to edit. I got some
Great to see you, Indirect.
Newport video I need to finish. AMC video I need to work on.
Yeah, I got 2 more I got to finish up.
The 402 motor on video and working on.
Ooh, I got to get gas in this thing. It's almost on E.
Getting close to the got to put a fuel pump in it level.
No, this is a 2016 Jeep Patriot. 5-speed stick.
Hey there, ASO. How's it going, man?
Hello, Salvage.
Can't stay on just a minute. My battery's about dead.
What's up there, Outlaw?
Come on, JB, get on up here. No excuse.
Auto Salvage, I didn't miss. I seen your comment earlier. You asked, was any of us going to race on foot? Guarantee you, I am not racing on foot.
BareRose will beat us all.
Maybe up to the 60-foot mark. That'll be it. That'd be it.
You got to put an ashtray right there at the 60-foot, though. I'm gonna have to stop for a smoke, and then I'll meet you down at the big end.
Just throw a snake at the starting line, and I'll be off you. Oh.
Eastern Diamondback nitrous button. Just throw a snake out there.
That's right. I'd outrun all the cars on foot. Oh. Come on, JB, where you at?
He said,
I don't know how they're gonna, I don't know how they're going to be about me taking this camera in, so I'll be right back, folks.
We'll watch your car for you.
Yeah.
We'll guard it. Somebody gets in there, we'll scream at them.
Hey, get the hell out of Ritz's car.
Hey, you're not Rich. Hey.
Yeah, right. Be right back.
Just
Yeah.
disguise your voice as the GPS, and we'll give them bad directions. Turn them around.
Hey,
Left turn.
at least he
Left
didn't leave music playing in the background.
Oh, yeah.
You would have had to mute him then. World of Wood Chip says, I'll foot race you.
Tell JB the link's on top of the thing.
I don't like this new monetization thing they got going where you got to categorize your own. I keep forgetting that. I got to looking. I noticed my revenue has been going way, way down. I forgot to monetize every one of these lives. So I ain't getting nothing on any of them.
Well, I'm still.
I got the watch hours, but I
still
forgot to
2,000 watch
monetize them.
hours. I'm still 2,000 watch hours away from being monetized. I haven't been doing any lives.
Y'all know every year after 365 days, your watch hour starts all over.
It's
every
continuous.
day.
Huh?
It's continuous.
Oh, is it?
Like
Yeah.
Like you lost yesterday's a year ago, so it's every day. It's 365 days. So.
And it's just kind of a rolling clock. So
if you say, let's say if March of last year was your best month ever, then when you hit April this year, you're going to lose all those watch hours from March of last year, and then you're going to probably need to get some more watch hours in. But
right,
yeah, it's continuous.
Yeah, it used not be that way. Every year your watch hours start over.
World of Wood Chip said that foot race, we're going to need a smoker and non-smoker class. No, because I'm a non-smoker, but I'm in the arthritic class because I have to. It depends on when I get my injections in my knees. If I get them the week before No Name Nationals, then I'll be okay.
there we got it, JB.
All right, shit's fixing to get deep now.
Oh no! Look who the hell's here.
I hope you got your waders on.
No, I got off.
All right,
You got the helmet.
here I am, man.
Just drop it.
Just drop it, man. Oh.
Buck's bringing the surprise attack on us.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I'm still gonna get him.
You made him go out and buy a race car.
If I have to go borrow somebody's, I know.
I'll just
Like
get
I
behind
said.
the truck, the both of us, to push them.
I'm gonna challenge you to the foot race. I think I can get him there.
Yeah.
Hey, JB, you could get me too with my arthritis in my right foot.
I'll put
Don't worry about foot race.
two, right?
We got to win one. Might as well be on the beat.
I'm still liking the backwards race, man. Who can get to the inner track first in reverse? There you go.
I went and bought me some parts over in Georgia today. The guy had nice set of key flat top pistons. He said, "I'll take $300." I said, "Well, that's a good buy, but I'd have to walk back to Alabama because my wife would leave me in Georgia."
Yeah, but the problem is I only got $20. Okay, man.
So you have to take it if you want it.
Hey, the backwards race. That would be good for that Corvair.
Let me see
Slap
how
a Buick on that, because that thing turns counterclockwise. If you put a Buick V6 on it, and they'll bolt to it, they run normal. So you'd have 4 speeds in reverse.
Hey, all right, we're on to something right here.
Yeah, I got 2 Corvairs out here in the front yard. Pick that.
But I do want to say hi to Big Block, man. I see you over there.
He's up there hiding.
4-cylinder, but I might be able to dolly something behind it. You know what I mean? Exactly.
So how's the trash truck coming there, JV?
Hey, put a video out today, man. I think I got the problem with the power steering pump fixed. Old man in the shop, Damien, first responder, sent me a carburetor. It it wasn't the best shape in the world, but I got a bunch of parts out of that. And I'm waiting for the old man in the shop to send me the one he's gonna send, and then I'm gonna take 3 and make 1.
What's wrong with it? You know what I mean? Have a good one.
Take care, you as well. Stay safe.
Yep.
Take care.
I've got a bunch of those Hollies, but nothing set up for blower at all.
Oh, dude, this is all experimentation. As long as it don't blow up, I'm okay.
My car is at 3/4 instead of empty.
Stack them on up. You might have a 6-barrel.
JB, you want me to bring a fire extinguisher, buddy?
Well, I got 2.
Might need a third, JB.
Well, that's when you just run behind me.
JB, did you see that? Did you see that Russell got a square body truck? He's gonna put a 402 in.
Mustang?
Outfits Garage.
No, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, so he
I ain't
traded he traded that Outfit Z, that Z28 he had. He traded it for a square body, and he's putting a 402 in it. So I called him out tonight. 402 versus 402 at No Name Nationals.
The only problem is
this
in that truck, he's gonna run out of gear.
That's gonna be interesting.
No, he's not going to put 600 gear in that truck. I promise you that. He's going to. He'll probably put 410s or 456s or something like I got.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm not sure yet, but I'm thinking just 410s in the back end of the last 10, let her rip.
Yeah, that's what I put 410s in mine.
I got 73s in mine.
I run 373s for a long time.
That's it. That's going to do it for this.
390s is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that's a Ford gear.
Well, I used to run around with a
It's
guy.
what I got.
Yeah, that's it.
I used to run around with a guy who had a 66 Chevelle, just a straight drag car, man. He had 356s in that thing. And dude, at 45 mile an hour going down the highway, he was running like $7,000. I'm like, dude, how much gas are you running through?
Those.
Rich, are you making a beer run too while you're out, bud?
Let me
Oh,
show
I
you.
got beer at home.
Okay.
I went to O'Reilly's 3 times and they gave me the wrong pump. 2 used pumps. It's the same pump I sent back the other day. They sent it back. This is what I went and brought today.
They give me my truck. I traded in already.
Yeah, I got to move this seat back.
We're at the weird hour right now.
I think we done started in it.
That's what I brought today. Camera on.
Line her up. Line it up. We got some chrome.
There we go.
You got a chrome water pump assembly.
When I saw that chrome thing, without the pump on the back, I thought it was a toilet bowl seat. That would be cold on your ass, man.
That's what I tell everybody. Man, is that going to make it run faster?
Yeah. It's gonna
It
make
is
it
if you
run
got to
faster.
go.
That's
That
extra
chrome
20
cuts the
That's
wind
extra-
off of it,
There
right?
you go.
That's extra 20 horsepower.
So the fart smell don't carry as far? Just
Back
picking, guys. Just picking. I don't want to do a repeat of Jason's last one.
Oh Lord.
I missed it this week.
I guess I missed that one, JB.
I was a little inebriated.
Inebriated?
Yeah.
We was waiting for you to fall out of the chair.
Oh man.
I think I done come in at the very tail end of that one.
Oh. That's one of them, you got a bad day. Hell, just give me a case of beer. We'll take care of it, right?
All right, that's good enough. And I'm out of here. Back inside.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I was
Yeah,
gonna buy me.
sometimes we start with it.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna buy me some wheels last night, not for last, some weld wheels with slicks and all on it, $350. Guy got there and he said, there they are. I said, well, they ain't gonna fit my car. That's the wrong lugs on it.
Did y'all see what who was it that Mustangs, minivans, and Mopars
Triple M.
was fixing them wheels to fit on that S10? That was pretty good idea he come up with, and everybody was giving him crap. I don't think that's safe. I'm like, how do you? It's not safe. It's 6 lugs on that damn wheel.
I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah, I ain't seen it yet.
Lock this shit up.
Yeah,
That's locked.
Colleen hit me up on Bug Channel, and she was saying, you got to go by there and check that out, man. Tell me what you think. And I'm like, heck, it looks acceptable to me, man. It ain't going to fall off.
If I race him, I'll let him go out ahead of me, just in case the wheel don't fall off.
All right, I got to put my remote charging in here. Hang on. Let's see if this works. Sit there.
I've seen the wheel adapters that what's his name, Cultured Redneck did on his Doom buggy to put slicks on it. That was pretty cool.
But he I don't remember the guy's name, but he just put bolts around it in the lugs and then put washers on there to keep the hole saw right where it's supposed to be.
Uh-huh.
And bore the center of that rim out to the size it'll fit over the hub, right? And everybody was giving me a crack going, that's not safe. That's not safe. And I'm like, dude, it's got 6 lugs on it, and you got that much space between the lugs and the center. Hey, I run Steely's a lot less than that.
Hey, JB.
What?
We got something for you, buddy. You can get started tonight. Ready?
Yeah.
No. White lightning?
Might be, might not be. Or you can have some of this. Why can't I get this right?
Oh, no. See, that stuff makes me mean. I just stick with the beer and a little,
Well, you can always go with a couple of shots of Irish cream.
See?
I'll stick to my coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go over here and probably hit up the Coors Light box.
There you go.
I was going to say, back when I was drinking, one of my favorite was Redneck Speedballs.
Oh, God.
It's a cup of coffee in one hand and a Pabst Blue Ribbon in the other.
Rest of the night sitting on the shitter.
So World of Wood Chip says there's new video uploaded for anyone who wants to watch him split wood for 18 hours.
No, boy.
18 minutes. 18 minutes of splitting wood. Now there is some people on there, some people that accordingly that are okay for watching split wood.
I've done that the whole time I was growing up, man. I mean, I should have shot videos of me cutting tobacco.
Is he using a log splitter or is he using a sledge axe?
I don't know. We gotta watch the video.
Exactly.
Well, I'm gonna get my sledge axe out.
People will watch the weirdest stuff though. Pressure washing.
Yeah.
People love to watch you pressure wash. I don't know why. I wouldn't watch it.
Dude,
I have a following for that.
This last year at the Young Man Nationals, I put out a video where me and Lars's final wash in that little black truck. And just a short of me just spraying a hose over that truck. The little thing got like 3,000 views. I'm like, are y'all kidding me?
Yeah.
You ain't never seen somebody put water on a car.
They want to see how you wash it. What's your technique?
There's something satisfying about watching pressure wash is the dirt goes away and it's clean.
Yeah, exactly. It's the
what's underneath the scrub.
They want to watch you sweat.
So I'm
Mhm.
going to do one of those on the Cornet because the Cornet's still on the trailer, but it needs to be washed. So I'll do a video.
There you go.
There you
Pressure
go.
washing the Cornet.
I done one the other night just polishing a saw blade. I think it was like 30 seconds, and put some cool little music over it. And all it did was just show how it went from rust to clean.
Yep.
That thing's already at like 1,100 views. You know?
Yeah,
Really?
the craziest stuff.
But people,
And then the ones that you take all your time on and you plan it out and you
yeah,
edit the perfect.
don't get
and
nothing.
this is it.
yeah,
14 views.
exactly.
You overthought it. That's why.
Exactly. Just every video's a crapshoot.
See, I was thinking about doing a video with the Hot Wheels. Like if you're thinking about degressing back into your babyhood or your childhood, then you need to buy some of these. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you one that used to crack me up. I know y'all know who I'm talking about. Lamb chop.
Yeah, I know. I'm that old. Yes, thank you for the age reminder.
Yeah, Lamb Chop's world, man. Every week, man, he'd go live having Hot Wheel races. And dude,
And it was a big thing.
up, man.
He had
Yeah.
the track set up and everything, and
Yeah, you know, the
different
lines,
cars, and yeah, it was like a
he'd have them
big
lined
thing.
up, you know, this is racing this one, you know, and he'd call them out just like a race, you know.
Yeah.
I got to set up the other ones though. I got to connect them to that.
All right, so I'm gonna be installing this.
I stumbled across his channel years ago, but when he was doing that,
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
they would all just be sitting there drinking whiskey and stuff, and just, all right, we're having a race tonight, you know, and have them lined up, call them out, you know.
Call them out, and they arguing, and that was like a, the whole shebang.
Oh,
Oh no, you lost mine late, man.
oh man.
A chase is a race, and all that stuff. He'd throw it in there.
So, what's Big Block's next actual project?
Well, right now I'm finishing up the AMC Ambassador. I just got the head put back on it, and I've got the carburetor on there. I'll get it started up, and then I got to do all the brakes on the car. I got all new brake shoes, wheel cylinders, master cylinder rebuild kit. I'm going to do all the brakes, so get the AMC running, driving, and stopping under its own power, and then I'll be selling that car. And then I've got the Newport.
I ain't been on your channel a lot. What year model is it?
A 65.
Oh, so it's vacuum everything.
Yeah, it's got a vacuum washer, windshield wipers. The matter of fact, the fuel pump has a vacuum pump on the top and a fuel pump on the bottom.
Yeah. I used to have a 68.
Okay.
Well, I go back before the washers, man. My wipers are actually vacuum.
Yeah, these are vacuum on this 65. Yep.
Yeah, you go down the road, man, and vacuum would ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Christine.
string to the windshield wiper on both sides.
Yeah, well, this car's in really good condition.
I'm gonna have to go check that out, man. Has it got the 289 in it?
No, it's
It's
a 232 inline six.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine was a 289.
Yeah. The options for this 65 were the 232 or the 327 AMC motors. That was the two options. This one's got a 232, but it's a pretty nice car. It's actually it's in better shape than all the other old cars I have, but the Cornet's the keeper.
There you go.
Yeah, you ain't gonna find many of them. I saw that.
Yep, it's an AMC Ambassador 990. That's right, Dean.
Yeah.
It's a Rambler Ambassador 990. It's got a lot of badges on it.
Let me see something here. Maybe.
It's actually a good-looking car.
Bro.
It is a really good-looking car. It's a Seaside Aqua is the color of it. It's blue. So Seaside Aqua, I believe is what they call it.
Mine
That
was
big
just
box.
mine
You
was
put-
just primer gray.
You should have put an LS in it.
Oh yeah, let's swap everything, right?
Yeah, that's what they
No,
say.
I don't have an LS. I do have a Coyote motor sitting out here on the stand. I don't have an LS. The Coyote's going in the Cornet. No, I'm just kidding.
That was a good one, man.
I got a Pontiac motor and a Coyote, so either one of those can go in the Cornet, and I'll make a lot of friends in the Mopar.
Now, see, if you're gonna Ford swap a Mopar, you got to do it with a Dart. So you can take the D off a Dart and put an F there.
Yeah, fart.
Yeah, somebody just asked me that. Tony just asked me, he said, yo, bro, did you just fart?
I don't know if y'all was in Bucks Live a while ago, but BareRose jumped in there. I said, I don't let him in. He's the guy who took the car, man.
I turned around, I told him, I said, yes, I farted.
Yeah, Ari, the Coyotes are shaped pretty. The heads are huge on them things. They don't fit between many of the. Definitely the older Fords, the Falcons and stuff. They do not fit between the shock towers. They have all that has to be cut out. They will fit perfectly in a Fox body, but the older stuff they won't fit.
So you're
Nothing fits in the old stuff. Good Lord, I hate shock towers.
Yeah,
I was actually going to build a Bobcat.
Hey,
a Bobcat.
Yeah, then I
that would be cool.
I'd have to do all that cutting under that hood.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, not today.
So, Big Block, just going to flip that ambassador? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I got it because I was going. That was what I was going to drive to No Name Nationals this year.
Yeah.
And so I started doing some work on it. Well, then I ended up getting the Cornet, so I'm just not going to be able to keep all these old cars.
Right.
So yeah, the ambassador is going to go.
I mean, you know, any engine you want to put in that thing, as long as it's small block's going to fit. Chevrolet, Ford, anything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because that's what AMC was famous for. We'll take stuff from this one, that one, this one, that one.
Oh yeah.
Make it working out crap.
The only problem with this 65 is it has a torque tube rear end.
Oh.
Yeah.
So when you do swap, you're going to swap it all. You're doing rear end swap, transmission, all. It's got a Borg Warner T35 transmission and a T15 AMC rear end.
Does it have the ball torque tube, or is it solid?
No, I think it's got on the very end of it. It attaches to the transmission. It may have the ball on it.
Okay, so it does move.
It may have.
On that one at Cousin Mike's, that 550.
Yeah.
It actually uses the front motor mounts as the pivot point for the rear end.
Let me look.
That whole motor and transmission and everything go like this when the car goes up and down.
I've got pictures. Let me look.
He gonna figure it out and let us know about it, okay?
I'm gonna show you.
That's what. And it's a unibody car.
So here's the front of it. Let's see.
But I love that little ambassador I had. Just wasn't too heavy. Everything working off vacuum.
This is the tail shaft of the transmission.
Throw him up there, BareRose.
There we go.
There you go. Yep. All right.
That's the tail shaft of the transmission. So that's the torque tube going up to the transmission. I guess
That
it all
looks
connects.
solid. That looks solid.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. So if you change, hang on, I'll show you a picture of the car. If you,
Does the rear end have the two bars that come all
Yes.
the way up?
it sure does.
I'll bet you that some bitch is solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the two torque or the
Where's the motor mounts? Are they up in the front of the motor, or are they in the middle?
They're on the motor, man.
Yeah, they're on the motor. They're on the motor. I think they're in the middle. I think they're in the middle. Here's the car sitting on a trailer. It's not on a trailer now, but that's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mine didn't look like that. Mine was more like a Ford front end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
the
is the first year for the this is the first year for this body style.
Yeah, that was modded after the Fairlanes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
that with those vertical headlights. Yeah.
Yeah.
66.
They're a cool looking little car. They're
It
kind
was
of.
Ford Fairlane in the front end.
Yeah,
You
but the
won't
rest of them,
lose it. That's a car you don't lose in a parking lot. That's for sure.
no.
Yeah. The back of it to me looks like a almost like a 67 Nova. Let's see. Let's see.
Got the skinny up and down tail lights.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I put
Yeah,
a
but the
battery in the car, and those are the lights that work. The license plate lights work. The tail lights came on.
Yeah, the back looks like a Nova. The side looks like a Dart, and the front looks like a Fairlane.
What is it? That's an AMC.
So Ford.
Hey, it's love this, love that, love some of that thrown in.
All Motors Company used all of them.
Exactly.
There's
A lot of times I use that 727 Dodge transmissions in some of them.
I know that 68 I have, man. I had Ford ignition parts, Chevrolet, Dodge that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a bad car. Yep.
It's not a bad looking little car, man.
Nope, not at all. It's probably out of the 3 old cars that I have, this is the best one. And that was I was originally, because I was going to do a swap on it. I was going to pull the motor and transmission out and put the Pontiac motor in here, and then try to find an 8 3/4 rear end to go in the car that would fit, and crossbreed it. But then I realized I started it up with the factory 6-cylinder. I'm like, hell, the motor runs, and but it had some stuck valves, so I pulled the head off, just redone the head, got it back on today. So I got to put a battery on it, and it'll be ready to start back up.
Well, I don't want to. How do you crossbreed a crossbreed?
I mean,
that's when you can put anything in it because, like you said,
what is it? It's an all motors company. All motors.
Exactly. But
well, you wouldn't have nobody hating on you.
I had a ball with the one I had. It didn't have reverse, so every time you want to back up, you got to stick your foot out and push her backwards. But she had all the forward gears.
Oh man.
I picked up a new carburetor today for it ain't new. It's an older. It's a Holly Street Avenger, a 670 vacuum secondary dual line. Got a great deal on it. My buddy bought a 82 F-150 short box rust-free truck that had a FE motor in it with a Ford 9-inch. Someone built the truck, and then he sold the truck for $800, but I got the carburetor off of it before he sold it. And we didn't know exactly what motor was in it. I run the numbers off the heads, and it said 360 or 390. But come to find out, it actually had a 460 in it with 390 heads.
There you go.
And he sold it to a guy, and the guy started it up, had it running, and then now it does not. It acts like it don't have compression now. So I mean, I don't know anything about the truck, but he did have a clean title, and it was a rust-free 82 bullnose Ford that had a Ford 9-inch in it already. So it was a great truck for somebody to build a hot rod out of.
Yeah.
But it had
an FE in it?
Yeah, someone put an FE in it.
Hang on.
A local guy actually put an FE in it. Yeah, it was a 302 truck. It had a 302 in it, but yeah, he put a big block in it.
Lost compression on it.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It's spinning over really fast. Either I don't know. The truck had been sitting for a long time at this same dealership where I bought this Cornet. It was one of the trucks from up there. It was a trade-in. But
Does he lose it in all cylinders or just number
I don't know.
3?
I told him to put a just run a compression check on all the gauges and see what he's got. I don't think the guy's very. I don't know if he's can read a compression gauge. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not
You
sure.
can.
So he may not be able to troubleshoot it. I just wanted it had a really good looking Holly Street Avenger carb on it, and my buddy I offered him $100 for the carburetor, so he sold it to me.
But it's hard to tell between a 3. The only way to tell for sure between a 360 and a 390 is to drop a soda straw down the spark plug and roll her over. Measure the stroke.
Yep.
Well, he said they ran the numbers off the block, and the block said it was a 460.
They'll come up the same.
I said all the blocks
460?
said 352 on them, right?
Can't be a 460. A 460 is a 385, not an FE.
Oh, is it not? I
Yeah.
told him it's an FE because it shares the intake. The push rods go through the intake.
Yeah, so that's a 360, 390, 428.
Yeah.
So it's
That's
a
what I
2.8.
told him.
And a 2. It might even be a 2.8. If you can lift the intake manifold, it's at 2.8.
Exactly.
That's how you tell.
One hand. Sorry, man. I'm only good for comic relief because I don't know what. Okay. At least that's what a lot of people think.
Just drop it. Just drop it. Boom.
I didn't say throw the damn thing. I said drop it.
I still go back from time to time and watch that dang thing. Oh man, that was funny.
3 times over. You're a freaking idiot, man.
I met Chucky Friday. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He got to see my buddy's play toys. His mouth fell down to the ground and started slobbering.
Oh. So, who's bringing what to the No Name Nationals this year?
Me.
That's the same shape I'm in. I'll be there. I don't know about anything else, but I'll be there.
I'm bringing the box body.
This is the Outfits Garage square body.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, that's a pretty sweet little truck.
What is that, 80?
I think it's hang on, is it a round headlight truck? Let's see. Yeah, it's a 70 something. It's a round headlight.
70 something, yeah.
It's a 76.
It's hard to tell on the C10s, man.
Yeah.
Because
the only thing that changed on was the front end.
Yep, around the headlights and the grill.
And the drip rail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because they lost that after a few years.
Now they started out without it. 73, their first year, they had no drip rails. That's how you can tell a 73. There's no truck left. They rusted completely out.
I know the 70 I worked on at CST.
74, they were bolted on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Y'all just got to go back and watch the videos, man. Nobody goes back and watch my damn old stuff. They just watch me. And then sit around and think I'm an idiot. All right? Okay.
I've watched them.
Oh.
Let's see, Series 1, Series 2, Series 3, Series 4. That's a Series 4 you got, right? 70. What year is it, JB?
Oh. Which one are you talking about?
Your older Chevy there. That she's a sweet looking truck.
Which one? Oh.
It's from your older videos.
Oh, that 70 CST 10.
70, yeah, CST.
Yeah. It actually belongs to a friend of mine, but I rebuilt it and everything for him. He goes, dude, I'm willing to tell you. I said, well, thank you, but I'll probably be dead before you are. So this ain't him.
Now, I've got some parts for a 70 model Chevrolet JB if you need them.
Oh, no. I've done about everything you can do to that thing other than redo the body. I mean, I've rebuilt that thing completely. I mean, it's completely rebuilt, but the body's in pretty bad shape, especially around the windshield where the rear view mirror hangs.
Right.
Mice got up in the top of the headliner, man, and just peed on everything.
Mm-hmm.
That front balance out. And he's been
That's common.
how to fix that. And like, I want to fix that, man, is pop that windshield out and let's get some metal hot. Right?
Yep.
That's it. That's the only way to fix it.
Open up the LMC catalog, they sell it, and
That's right.
go to town.
Let's start spending more money.
Yep.
It ain't nothing but paper. You can't take it with you when you leave.
At Smith Barney, we make money the old-fashioned way. We burn it.
We might as well go ahead and spend it while we're here. Can't take
That's
it with
right.
Don't let your wife have it.
Oh, I ain't got that problem. She saves it.
That's why you're in the doghouse.
That's the reason
Mhm.
why I'm in the doghouse.
I'd put her in the wheel, but she doesn't want any of the bills.
There you Now,
Hell, I don't know what y'all talking about. I got rid of mine over 9 years ago. I showed her the door and said, "Don't come back now, y'all here."
I got a good one. I can't
now my
complain.
wife's out here listening to us talk, and she's putting me the evil eye. This
Give me
ain't
the death stare.
I'm gonna be right with you, ASO. I
She'll give you the death stare.
I hope you got a 2-doghouse.
Oh, I'll let you pick out which Corvair you want to sleep in.
Okay.
One's got seats and one don't.
I only snore so loud, man.
The neighbors think it's out there running.
Who fired up that?
You do have a couple Corvairs out there, ASO?
Yeah, I got a 63. It belongs to a buddy of mine. And then I got my son-in-law's 64 Spiders.
Mm.
Doing a total restore on the 64. I've been working on it about 2 years. It's a lot of freaking work when you tear one completely down.
Oh, yeah.
How rusty was it?
Believe it or not, this car sit up since 82. It belonged to his uncle, and he got blind and couldn't drive it. So his daddy parked it up underneath the shed. And what saved it was on concrete, and then over the years, the dirt piled up on the concrete, and therefore it didn't rot.
Yeah, it was drying up as fast as it was falling.
Right.
Yeah.
It probably had 4 inches of dirt on it when we went over to get it. And where it was at, I couldn't get my truck down there to get it because it was on the river. And the ground was so wet, my truck's axles was almost sinking in the ground. So I had to call a buddy of mine's roadback out there, and we winched it out between my truck and the roadback. And it was a job getting it out there.
See, BareRose, that volcanic ash ain't got nothing on dirt.
Nope, not down here.
I'll ship you plenty if you want some.
That
That volcanic sand.
Yeah, that stuff might be good to put in a sandblaster, right?
Hey, we used to do it. We used to go out to the Fremont County sand dunes and shovel it in.
It just binds up, gets wet, dries up, and is hard as clay.
Actually, you take the ash and put it in your flower beds or your garden, and your plant will grow quicker.
Yep. Radioactive.
It's good fertilizer.
But that's why I got to keep a sprinkler on my yard 24/7 because as soon as I shut the sprinkler off, it's yellow again.
Yeah.
Because it's
Really?
straight sand. It just the water just goes right through.
That's why I like living in Tennessee. All I got to worry about trees falling. Park out of the way of the trees, we're good.
We just go worry about the tornadoes coming.
That's what I'm saying. Just park out of the way of the trees. Everything's good.
About a month ago, man, if that 2 tornadoes went beside on both sides of us, and one of them would have turned 2 degrees, we wouldn't be here today. Our place would be gone. And the other one on the left side, if it moved 3.5 degrees, we wouldn't. It'd been disaster.
Hey, tornadoes are no joke, man.
No, they don't ain't.
Last year, I put in a tornado shelter in my garage. The company I worked for offered them. We sell the steel to the people that build them, and they offered them to us. So I bought one. It's it says it's 6 or 8 people, and it weighs 2,400 pounds, and it's anchor bolted down with 48 anchor bolts.
So it's what is it, quarter or 5/16?
It's 1/4 inch.
Yeah. My sister has one in her garage.
It's big. It's thick.
You know what she uses it for? Storage.
Storage. I got water. I got water in mine.
I just looked at her.
Pack it clear full so you can't get in
You
it.
got to get in there. What are you going to do, man?
Yeah, when we was growing up, I was probably about 7, 8 years old. We used to go down to my wife's parents' house. They had a storm pit.
Yeah.
And every time the weatherman says rain and thunderstorms, we was down there at their storm pit.
Yeah.
I'm like, and half the time there wouldn't be no tornadoes coming. I'm like, well, this is just a waste of time.
But I remember back in the day, man, they dug out holes in the side of a hill.
Yep.
You know.
They do that up here. Because even though I'm in Jersey, if you go up towards Sussex, you get the occasional outburst of a tornado up here.
Here we get wall clouds and they'll spin on us, but very, very rarely do they drop. And if they do, it's out in Hell's Half Acre and ain't nobody out there. Jackrabbits don't even live out there.
When I was stationed in upstate New York, one year we got microburst.
Oh, crap. Yeah.
Straight line winds or something, the microburst hit, and it was like it wiped out all the trees in this one area. I mean, it just took them all down. I think it was worse than a tornado. That microburst was. It was.
Hey, those straight line winds ain't no joke either. We get them from around here.
Oh, yeah.
We get them here too.
And
That
they'll
straight
come.
line winds is just as bad as a tornado. It's not worse than a tornado.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We had one come through and it knocked down 4 great big cottonwoods, shook the whole house. My grandma went running under the basement. She thought the whole world, it was Armageddon.
Let me tell you, Lars. Let me point it down. Look here. Get out of the damn comedy club and get something accomplished.
Yeah, 2 years ago before we moved, when lived in another town over, one came up by the house, probably about a half a mile from us, and I just brought my wife's car, just got it painted, and I moved the alumina in her car around inside the house. I said, well, they'd be all right there. And 3 trees fell. One fell on top of her car, totally lit out, and hit the top of that aluminum. The only thing I had to do is change the trunk on it.
If you had left them where they was at, it would have been okay.
Yeah, there wasn't no trees down.
When they say tornadoes, I get as far away from a tree I can with my car.
Yeah.
Where can I go? Okay.
It's funny. That's people from the South talking about tornadoes. It's everyday living. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, they're like, "Hey, there's funnel clouds," so we'd run out in the yard and go look at them. Like, look at the funnel clouds. Going right over.
12 years ago, we had one of those winter storms that actually turned every tree into an icicle. And you were hearing trees falling over left and
Snap.
right from West to Sunday. And my wife back then, she was afraid. She was like, well, let's get the hell out of here. So we went down to, what was it, like Passaic County, and rented a hotel for, you know, a couple of nights just to get the hell away from this area. Because she was scared to hell, you know.
We just had that 2 weeks ago. I'm still cleaning up Williams.
Yeah. See, old Doug, the Dougster's in the chat there. I'm gonna have some questions about some Mopar stuff for him.
Oh, Doug Norton?
Yep.
Yeah.
The Dougster.
Watch that
Yeah,
guy.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do this 383 and this Cornet, but I want to do the 440 crank in the 383, and I believe that makes it.
We're gonna stroke it.
The 426 wedge is what that makes.
Yeah, we're gonna stroke it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stroke the 383.
So a lot of people. So you talk about stroking. You can take just out of nowhere, but you're just talking with stroker. You can take a 3.1, take rods, pistons, and crank out of a 3.1, stick in a 2.8, and you got a 2.8 stroker. A lot longer throw, a lot better compression. We ain't got there yet, but hey.
You got 215 days is what I heard.
Yeah. I'm just staying where I'm at. Right?
Play with the toys we already got. Yeah, I know.
Don't get
away. I'm gonna take the 351 I got and struck it to a 408.
Yeah, I know, Doug. I don't have a 400 block though. I have a 383. I have a 383, a 69 model 383. It's in a Plymouth Sport Fury. So I'm pulling the 383 727 out, and I'm gonna put it in my Cornet. But I'd like to, you know, I don't care about it being super fast, but I'd like to get a little more power out of it than the 383.
You just like to sound like candy cane, right? Blah, 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 blah.
Well, I want it to sound good. I want it to sound good, but I don't care that it's really fast.
Yeah,
but I want to do a hell of a burnout and to sound like, you know, sound like a big block Mopar.
Hey, my Thunderbird's got the small 14-inch tires with the 185s on them.
Yeah.
I'm putting 225, 75, 15s on it. So when it comes down to burnout, I'm bringing to the 185 14s. Yeah. I'm putting it on the back.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So snake attack again. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to take some 14s off the back of Lars's little Civic out here. And put them on the back of that little S10. That's a friggin' spin.
Friggin' tires I got for the 57, man. That damn thing looks like something straight out of Cheech and Chong.
See what you do is you run your tube over top of your two back tires and have your pump in there, and then pump and get the tires wet. And then things will burn off.
Shit.
JB's doing flybys.
See if I can make you sick.
Light another one up.
Yeah. The boat is a rocket.
World of Wood Chip, I'm getting ready to buy me a good saw. I think I'm going to buy me a Steel Farm Boss or Farm Hand or whatever they're called.
Farm Boss.
I think it's 18.
They don't have the plastic automatic chain tensioner, do they?
No.
Do.
No, I have what is it, the farm boss chain 18, and it doesn't have it.
It must be an old one, because all of them nowadays they're plastic.
Yeah.
No, this has got the two nuts on it that you loosen up and you take your file and everything else. I don't have nothing else like that. So, but I like the older ones better. I still have a McCullough.
There you go.
Yep.
It's an old one.
I have two old home lights.
Hey, that's
XL12. It's an old one, and then the other one is both of them run great.
That's another one that people underestimate. The old McCullochs, dude, those will run circles around the steel.
Yep.
Just
Boy, I'll tell you, if you want to watch some extreme racing, watch chainsaw racing. Holy cow!
What about those two guys that pick up that V8 engine with the chain?
Whoa.
Oh my God.
And they got a double cut. They go down and then
Down
back up.
and back up. Yep.
yeah. Just
Oh,
Or they start running up that pole and they climb that pole and cut that thing. Hey, I
Good
couldn't even make it up
gravy.
to one step, let alone all them steps on that pole.
Yeah, them lumberjack competitions are crazy.
Yeah.
You don't want to make them mad. You might want to try to get something to get out of there. You alive, JB?
yeah.
Yeah.
He's still there somewhere.
Hey, I hate to keep ducking out, but I got a bunch of crap going on in the background y'all don't see. Oh,
In all seriousness, no, JV, I love that little 2.8.
Oh,
oh,
I did too.
That is just so cool.
it's just an interesting thing.
Man, I watched a
Sure.
video here a while back on Pink's All Out, and a truck just like JB's running everything, same thing JB's running. Finished third in Pink's.
Now you got me curious about this damn chainsaw. Let me see something.
But it's a dude. I bought that blower like 10 years ago, and until the No Name Nationals come up, it was just going to be a novelty I had sitting around, right? And then I was like, well, hell, let's throw it on something.
Shit.
Knock the dust off of it.
Exactly. Let's see what happens. Worst thing that happened, I blow a 2.8 up. That ain't the first time.
It's the perfect engine for it. It's the perfect one.
Yeah.
It's the engine that nobody gives two craps about.
Exactly.
Everybody says it's just garbage. Why are you wasting your time? It's perfect.
JB, I was gonna follow him behind you. I've got a 95 Mustang with a V6 in it. Got 240 horses from the factory. I was gonna put a turbo on it.
See there? Damn.
I was gonna do the same thing.
I've seen turbos on them. I've seen that done, but I've never seen a Roots blower like that.
Yeah. I've looked all over YouTube and stuff. I found one 84 Blazer, which is the video was like 12 years old and had one on it. And I'm telling you what, man, that little shit was wicked. I said, oh, crap.
Right. They are.
But did he go into it? Did he show in detail all the stuff he had to do to it and everything? Or does it just show the truck?
Yeah, he just started it up, man, and showed a picture of it and all that stuff. That's how I figured out how to put the idler and stuff on us. All right, let's stop this video. Let's expand. Where that sucker goes.
A lot of people don't realize them Grand Nationals had V6s in them.
Right, I think 3.8.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I ain't worried about it, man. Like I said, this is an exercise in futility. Let's just see what happens.
That's right.
And I've seen wild stuff done with a 4.3.
It's going to raise some eyebrows. You watch and see.
Oh, it will. The next year, you see all a bunch of V6s up there.
Last year, I was down there, man, with that little Blazer, and it was the transmission. That thing was junk, and it would just stop. And I'm like, well, I signed up. I'm going anyway. Right?
If it blows, it blows.
All right. I got to text Mr. Lars.
Uh-oh. We in trouble.
What
And
he
that
said
trash
earlier,
truck,
what-
you originally had it in Kentucky, right? And
Well,
then you brought it here in
the
Tennessee, and
little Blazer's the one I had in Kentucky. That's when I built it.
oh, okay.
When I moved down here, I drove it around for like 6 months, and I moved here, and it was parked in the driveway ever since until this last year. So the state of Tennessee did not like my little black truck.
They still emission test there for that and all of that?
No,
Found my spacers.
thank God they got rid of that last year. I'm like,
Oh, okay.
I was on my knees going, thank God. Now let's put it together and drive it.
I'm glad they don't do that. Well, they do it in one county here. Ada County, Boise, the capital. Everywhere else, they don't do it.
Well, my whole problem with all that emission testing is where I live at, man, the highway or the main road, if you turn out of my driveway and take a left, that's another county. They don't do it over there. Now, we're talking 7/10 of a mile. They don't do emission testing over there, but on my side of the road, we're doing emission testing. I'm like, how in the world is that helping anything?
Hey,
Right.
JB, that's where you go down that side of the road and rent you a little spot from somebody, get an address, and use your address over there.
Hey, I thought about that, man, for like 2 or 3 years. How can I get out of this freaking situation?
That's what a lot of people in Boise would do is they'd register in Canyon County in Nampa. Because Nampa didn't do it.
I moved to Florida one time, and I left my 2 cars here, and then I came back and got my 2 cars and went down there and go get tags for them, and tags were so high. I was like, called my dad. I said, go down to the courthouse and send me 2 tags.
There you go.
I said, ain't no way I'm buying a tag down here.
I'll tell you this, though. If you get pulled over around here and your driver's license don't match the tags on the car,
Yep.
get ready to go to court. And
Tell you
next
what, when I was living in Tennessee, I still had my Arkansas driver's license, and I got pulled over by a state trooper, and he said, I had Tennessee tags. And he's like, hey, why do you have Arkansas tags? I said, well, I moved over here, and I haven't changed over. He said, have you lived here more than 30 days? I said, yes, sir. He said, then you have to get your license changed. If you don't have it done in 30 days, he said, you get a ticket. He said, I'm letting you go this time, but if I stop you again, you better have Tennessee driver's license.
Yeah.
I gotta go. My battery's dead.
Uh-oh.
All right, we'll see you.
It's great
Get
seeing you,
on.
Azo.
Well, how the hell you gonna run? How you gonna run that chainsaw?
What gas?
No, you need a battery for it, man.
No.
Put a battery on it.
I do it the old-fashioned one. The old-fashioned way is the best.
Running on propane.
It's a still 18-inch farm boss.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking to get in one of those right there.
Yeah,
I used to use jumper cables, but my nipples got sore.
there you go.
Oh, God.
Hey, is there any women in here? I can't see the comments.
Well, there was earlier. There was, but I haven't seen that in quite a while.
So, if y'all wasn't on Jason's live, this is what got me in trouble.
Uh-oh.
So, y'all know first responder, right? Damien. So I'm building him that ring, right, for his transmission. And I send him a picture of it, right? I said, all right, dude, I got it done. Here it goes. And then about 30 minutes later, he sends me a text back. He goes, finally, ring that fits. No, what the heck? Dude, I know it ain't that big. I laughed like 30 damn minutes. What?
Oh, that's a
Ever
good
heard
one.
of that guy? He seems kind of. He's he's so darn smart, man. He's one of them people that's so smart that he comes across as like you remember them guys in high school. They're so smart they didn't know how to interact. But he's about one of those. But dude, if you get him off camera, like when he's hanging around at
the
No
no
Name
names.
Commercials,
Yeah.
he was freaking hilarious, man.
He's one of the guys that I wasn't too sure about in the comments. As soon as I met him at the No Names, though, oh man, he is a great guy. Totally great guy.
Yeah, he cracks me up constantly, man. He's like John. He'll just send me stuff out of nowhere. Really? What?
Those. Why the heck is there a keyboard out here?
That's what got me in trouble. Started the trouble with Tony's Hot Rod. I got to go back on his channel and do a live and make amends, right?
All right. Well, the good thing is I found my chainsaw, so I got to get this thing fired up tomorrow because I got some wood I got to cut.
Yeah, when you get done with that, man, I got a tree in the backyard, about 50 limbs out in front. Hey, just drop on by. I'll get more.
I got to get this running too. You see this right here?
Splitter?
Yep. And then, of course, I got the other end of the driveway is filled with logs that I got to cut up, but you can't see out here because it's too dark.
Never let your splitter get messed up, man.
Well, that ain't my fault. That's her son's fault. My ex-wife's. He also screwed up a big, gigantic snowblower I had. Has reverse and drive and all that other shit, too. So I got to get these things going. I'm probably going to bring the splitter back here on the deck. But I got to get some of this other stuff organized, which I ain't doing tonight. It's already 1 in the morning, so.
Ooh, it is getting late.
Yeah, it's 12 o'clock here. I'm getting ready to get up here. I got some video.
Here's my major issue. ASO wanted me to get in here. Where the hell did he go?
As soon as you got in
here,
he said, "Oh shit, there's JB. Time to get the hell out of here."
Tag, you're it.
He said his phone was dead. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I better wrap it up. I think, 4.5 hours. I think next week's live's going to have to be cut to about a half hour. I think that's all I got left.
Shit.
StreamYard only gives you so many hours.
See, here's what you do. This is how Buck's got it figured out. Because we used to keep on there for about the same time. So now he just goes, hey, BareRose is going live at this time.
Yeah, let's get out of here and go over there.
We're going to send y'all over there.
Speaking of which, I think Dust Devil's still going.
If you do that next week, then I'll go live after you get off, BareRose.
Dust Devil's got one going. Right?
Does he still have it going?
I don't know.
I had his on for the notification. I've been sitting here waiting for it to go bloop, but I didn't see it come up.
Yeah, Lars has got him a little laptop. We're going to start doing something, but I can't do it every week, maybe once a month. And just get on here and do a live.
Uh-huh.
Well, I did a live the other day, but I only had like 6 people in my live. And then I just said, you know what?
Heck, welcome to my world. I just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Talk my crap and be done with it.
The first few I didn't have many either. When I do
Yeah, but
now,
if you can coordinate with a channel that's got at least 1,000, because after 1,000 you can redirect.
Yeah.
If you can coordinate with one of those guys, let them go first and then let them redirect to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like me and Buck have been doing.
I know Tort Racing, he's wanting to do some kind of collaborative thing. He emailed me the other day. He goes, what kind of collaboration video would you like to do? I said, dude, I don't know. This is fly by the pants right here. I said, we'll drink about 6 or 8 beers and go, hey, let's do a video.
let's put a blower on our 2.8.
Let's freaking do
All right, let's do it.
I said, you come up with something, man. Hey, we'll play along. Oh, crap.
All right, I'm out of here, everybody. Y'all have a
Yeah,
good
that's
night.
cool
Good
though.
talking to you.
If you want to jump with mine or anything, just let me know, Big Block. And
Okay.
we,
Yeah, I
we can
probably
work
will next
something
week.
around.
If you're gonna do a short one, I'll just do one after yours.
Sure.
There you go.
And then we can just pop from there over to Dust Devil when he starts up or whatever. Because like I said, I'm about out of hours. So next week's it might even be 15 minutes. And then I'll just shove it right to you. And then we can go from there if you want.
See you, Mohawk.
See,
All right.
BareRose is running out of money too.
Yep. That was a couple of years ago.
I'll see you
It's
later.
great
Big
seeing
Rose.
y'all.
Later, JB.
Y'all,
Thanks for coming in. And everybody in the chat, great seeing you all this week. And we'll do it all next week. Like I said, it's probably going to be a short one next week because I'm about out of hours. But we'll probably redirect over to Big Block and then we'll join Dust Devil when he lights up. All right. Thanks for coming out tonight. And we'll see y'all next week. Till then, get out there and get the metal hot.